Okay? So, thank you to be here. Welcome to this second day of this conference, Industry 4.0, 10 years later. Welcome to this panel. The name of the panel is Intermediaries in Digitalization and Innovation Processes. We are later, and so we have to go very fast. Okay. And I go in order as I'm seeing, I'm watching in my PC. And the first presentation is that one of Bonomi Savignon, Simona Zappei, Anna Kolovic, Federica Rossi, and Zecchinelli. The speaker is Simona Zappei. Go on. Few rules, 15 minutes each speaker, okay? We leave 20, 30 minutes at the end of this session for discussion, comments, question, suggestion. I have my cards, the yellow cards, red cards, and black cards when time is finished. And please, Simona.
Okay, good morning everyone. I'm Simona Zappei. I'm a postdoc researcher at Polytechnic University Milan. And today I'm presenting a co-joint work that I'm developing together with Andrea Bonomi Sauvignon, Anna Kolovic, Federica Rossi, and Riccardo Zecchinelli. The title is Digital Transformation Intermediary, Emerging Patterns and Archetypes. Before I start, let me just say that this is a work in progress, so today I'm presenting only some preliminary results of this work. And unfortunately, my co-authors could not be here, so. Okay, so these are the contents of this presentation. In terms of objectives, the paper aims to investigate the role of intermediary organization in supporting the digital transformation. So the goal is to identify the main feature of intermediaries, so their governance, the business model, the focus, the activity, the networks, and the evaluation processes, to identify in the way through which they support the digital transition, the main archetypes of intermediary that can be observable by our interviews, and finally to develop a taxonomy of the types of intermediary that are contributing to the digital transition strategies based on their function, their resources, and their capabilities. Now, in terms of theoretical background, innovation intermediary are well known in the literature because they perform different roles in the innovation system. They create knowledge link between other organizations. They share knowledge about particular technologies. They provide knowledge-intensive services to firms, and they provide advice to policymakers. So they play a quite active role in promoting innovation diffusion and also in enabling the transition toward a new innovation system, including the digital transition that we are looking at. Now, we are focused on this type of organization because with the growing use of digital technologies, firms are required to really adapt their competencies and skill and to leverage these digital technologies, but none of the companies have these competencies and these skills to navigate this digital landscape, so they rely on external organization. And this is why innovation intermediaries can play a crucial role in supporting the acquisition and the transfer of digital technology, especially toward small and medium enterprises. Now, in many countries, innovation intermediaries have been tasked with the mandate to support firms in this digital transition, and this is true also at the European level, so think about the Digital Innovation Hub strategy. And so innovation intermediaries are required really to support technology upgrading and knowledge transfer in order to build this a new innovation system that revolve around this emerging set of technologies. However, we know we have little knowledge on how intermediaries differ in terms of governance, business models, objective, focus, and networks. So we wonder whether we can identify different types of archetypes. We also are interested in understanding whether different types of intermediary perform different roles and whether they address also different market failures. And what are the resources and the dynamic capabilities that intermediaries are required to have in order to perform their roles. In this study, we addressed the first two questions and only partially. We focus on a set of intermediaries and mainly we look at the European digital landscape. So the analysis is based on a sample of 22 intermediaries that are spread across 5 countries, United Kingdom, Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. We conducted semi-structured interviews that we carried out with at least one representative for each intermediary. And intermediaries were selected to capture the different type of organization in relation to their nature, so public, private, or a mix of public-private. The ecosystem focus in terms of geographical scope, the type of companies they target, and the technologies. Our aim is to conduct at least 5 or 6 interviews per country, but interviews, as I said before, are still ongoing, so we are still in the data collection phase. We tried to diversify the sample as much as we could in order to really try to identify the different profiles of the intermediaries involved in this digital transition. And the interviews were focused on these topics, so ownership, objectives, the main activities, governance, business models, and networks and output. This is the list of the intermediaries that we interviewed. So as you can see, we have 7 intermediaries from Spain, 2 from Italy, 4 from Germany, 4 from UK, and 5 from France. In terms of preliminary results, basically we try to identify the main, let's say, the 5 main dimensions, so ownership, legal form, ecosystem focus, activities, and business model. And we conducted this analysis based on permutation of these main dimensions. So we examine the relationship between 2 types of dimensions. So, for example, business model and legal form, business model and ecosystem focus, and so on. Okay, so in terms of business model, most intermediaries have a variety of sources of funding. So the most frequent sources of public subsidies, funding from service provision, membership fees, and funding coming from competitive bids. While other sources of funding, for example, private funding from facilities and infrastructure, returns on venture capital and equity investment are less frequent. If we look at the business models and the legal firm, public organization receive public subsidies, of course, and which represent the main source of funding, but also the majority of private intermediaries receive public funding as well. Private not-for-profit is the preferred legal firm for intermediaries that are owned by governments, so both at the regional, national, or local levels, and intermediaries that do not receive public subsidies have, on average, more varied funding sources than intermediaries that receive public subsidies. In terms of ecosystem, most of the intermediaries focus on more than one ecosystem dimension. So we have in our sample 3 intermediaries that are sector-centric and technology-centric, 2 intermediaries that are sector-centric and local-centric, and 6 intermediaries that are technology-centric and local-centric, and 1 intermediary that is company-centric and technology-centric. While half of the intermediaries focus on the local ecosystem, so with or without other dimensions. Okay, in terms of business model and ecosystem focus, we can see that intermediaries that receive public subsidies, the majority of them have a local focus, so they operate with firms that are located in the same area, while intermediaries that do not receive public subsidies are, let's say, more company-centric focus. So they basically are more interested in satisfying the interests of the company that belong to their, let's say, the organization. Okay, in terms of activities, services provision is the most frequent activities and is followed by provisions, by information provision and networking. And in terms of business model and activities, activities that are more for intermediaries that receive public fundings, the activities that are more prevalent are providing services, providing innovation brokering and contract research, while for intermediaries that do not receive public fundings, the activity revolves mainly around incubating, accelerating companies, investing, political lobbying, and putting together, managing, and coordinating projects. So this clustering process that is based on the permutation of different combination of two core variables allowed us to identify some main patterns. Let's say the most frequent profiles of intermediaries or archetypes. This taxonomy is really, let's say, a preliminary one, so it's just really a work in progress. So because we are still collecting data, so at the moment we identified these four, let's say, archetypes. So the first one are public, not-for-profit intermediaries that provide access to local technologies. So their business model is mostly public funded. They have a less varied sources of funding. Okay, thank you. So the base model have high cost and medium revenues. So the ecosystem is mainly demand-driven. So they look at the demand size of this digital transition. They are technology-centric and they focus on the local ecosystem. In terms of market failures they address, basically they provide access to essential infrastructure for medium-large firms and they support local economic development. I'm not sure whether I have time to really go through all these four archetypes. So probably it's better to go directly to the conclusions. So in this work, we basically, well, we have quite a heterogeneous sample of intermediaries. So we have a variety of different types of intermediaries that are involved in this, in the digital transition strategies in the public digital transition strategies. So there is not a one-size-fits-all. So it is possible to see a sort of trend of decentralization, so in the provision of the services. So once they were more centralized, now we have different type of organizations that are in charge of supporting the digital transition. And it means that also that different type of intermediary get public funding and can these intermediaries can have different governance and can influence also in a different way the public policymakers. And in terms of and also the heterogeneous nature of this intermediary means that they also address different type of market failures. In terms of policy implication, mapping the innovation intermediaries and the different best practice that we can observe in the digital landscape can contribute to public agenda. Since policymakers are can be more, let's say, aware of the different type of intermediary, the different barriers that each type of intermediary is facing. So, As I said before, this is a work in progress, so comments and suggestions are more than welcome. We are still concluding the data collection, and so that's all. These are the references, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Simona. Thank you for respecting time.
Okay.
It was perfect. Okay. Now we can pass to the second presentation. The second presentation, the title of the second presentation is Digital Entrepreneurship in Industry 4.0, a viable mechanism for semi-peripheral industrial regions to break out the locked-in path of development. Okay, the speaker is Christoph Kotz.
It's, you know, it's very hard to pronounce
in
any language my surname, Santator.
Okay. Same rules, 15 minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
I will try.
Right.
I will do my best, actually. Buongiorno, everyone. I hope that and I am persuaded that the first presentation woke up us for the discussion. What I will present here is work of a whole team, which consists mainly of economic geographers, but also economists, machine learning engineer, and sociologists. Actually, we are working within this team on a larger project, which is financed by Polish National Science Center, which aims to, let's say, discover whether Industry 4.0 and especially companies which we called digital entrepreneurs, I mean these companies which service or deliver services and products for Industry 4.0 are realistic options, first for industrial towns or regions, and second for the whole economy of semi-peripheral or integrated peripheral country, depends how you classify Poland. Well, I will start with the research gap. And first of all, if you have a look at the growing body of literature on Industry 4.0, you have a lot of work done first on the industry, for example, readiness to grasp the technologies, in terms of sociological, let's say, interpretation, what we had today, an excellent lecture by Professor. Well, also there is a lot of work in, let's say, core countries or advanced economies. There is much less work, first, on this service and products providers, and second, on the semi-peripheral economies. And I would say also, even that we can distinguish some very prominent work, they are mainly based on the patents data. And patents, of course, are very useful, but they are not enough. And you have to go beyond the patents data and concentrate not only on patents, but also in terms of geography on more detailed scale than regional. A lot of work is done on a NUTS2 level on the region, but much less on the more detailed subnational or local scale. And finally, the transformative impacts of the companies is still largely unexplored, especially in the semi-peripheral countries. So this is the three gaps we are trying to fill. Well, actually, of course, during the research, we are delving on several theoretical concepts. For us, the most useful is the strand of literature, which is classified as economic evolutionary geography, especially the concept of path dependency and path creation, recently developed by the Frankenheim and several other authors, which concentrate on the interpath relationships, how the different branches in the same territory interact with each other, especially emerging branches, whether they are on competitive terms, whether they are supporting, or whether they are just neutral. So we're trying, in the case, to discover whether the industrial or manufacturing companies which use the technology of Industry 4.0, and the other hand of the service companies just interact on the local scale. Secondly, strand of literature is from the business literature. Of course, there is an old and established strand of business gazellas, high-impact firms, and so on. So this is the two, I would say, major backgrounds for our research. And today, I should also add that our research is still in progress. So for this conference, we prepared 3 questions. First, we wanted to discover whether the digital entrepreneurs are a new breed of companies, perhaps, whether they have disruptive or transformative impacts of the local economy. Secondly, because majority of the team are geographers, so of course the issues of proximity, locations is the most interesting for us. So the question is, does the collocation of manufacturing firms and IT companies play a significant role in the emergence of the new path of development? And going to the broader question, can digital entrepreneurship can serve as a primary driver enabling semi-peripheral industrialized region to break out of the locket of development of a mediocre product, of a middle income trap, and so on. Okay, so just for the research design. First of all, the first challenge is to identify the companies. Because of course, there is no any economic classification which you can use for distinguish digital entrepreneurs. So we did it in three ways. First of all, there was a very, I would say, tiresome, detailed searching, web scraping, cluster analysis, attending a fair of automation or robotization. It took us about half a year to grasp the companies who potentially can fulfill the role of digital entrepreneurs. Then we used the big data, usually the patent data, but also the data on the classification of economic activities. And now we are working on a machine learning system that, taking account that we have a database of 1,100 companies, which have some features to discover in the whole classification or the whole system of Polish companies, to discover whether they have possibility to discover some more companies basing on the AI and machine learning algorithms. We will see whether we will be successful in that. The second step, which I will concentrate here, is in this presentation, we did a survey with 150 companies out of this 1,000 sample, and then followed by 20 in-depth interviews and 4 focus group interviews. Okay, so let's start with the first question. Are the suppliers of services and products for Industry 4.0 a new breed of entrepreneurs? And I will build strongly on the excellent work of Andrea Salavec from Budapest. She, basing on a literature review, distinguished several features of so-called digital entrepreneurs. So first of all, they are considered to have disruptive possibilities, creating new value chains while destroying the other ones. And they are, of course, innovative in the Schumpeterian sense to bring new varieties or new products and technologies. Secondly, this is also stressed that the type of they embedded in the network is quite a novelty, so they are creating so-called open innovation ecosystems. They are dealing mainly on the relational basis, so they are embedded in the networks of interdependent companies which making the profit together and so on. Secondly, contrary to the older concepts, they are seem to have easy access to finance because they are targeted by the joint venture fund or the seed funds. They are targeted by public policies, and also usually they have access so-called free F financing. I mean, family, friends, and fools. Well, this is usually regarded easy access to finance. And second, and finally, because of those features, they are also regarded as having potential to rapid employment growth, revenue, rapid scale up, being able to introduce on the market the first viable products, and so on. Okay, so let's see in the next few minutes. I will try to discover whether the digital entrepreneurs in Poland are fit into those theoretical concepts. So, are they disruptive, innovative, or industry agnostic, so serving for several industries? First of all, we ask them about the products or the services which are delivering. I hope you can see The font are not too small, hopefully. So first of all, they selling their own digital technologies. So maybe software. So this is the main specialization, but second specialization is also embedded software embedded in physical items. So they sold the physical equipment of machinery, some sensors, IoT, cyber physical. So suggest they are advanced. Because software is quite easy, because it's easy market entry, easy startup, so no high entry cost. But the other hand, the own products is more advanced path. Then you have the companies which are integrators of solutions. Fourth, this is perhaps the least interesting for us because it's maybe mainly distributions or merely distributions, I would say. And what is interesting, nearly 20% of them, while delivering their solutions, they are conducting training and consultancy services. They have to build a market. This is perhaps the answer. In terms of innovativeness, it is nice, or it is good to say that nearly 1/3 of them runs their own R&D centers, which, remember, we are discussing or dealing with the semi-peripheral economy when the share of R&D is really low. And there are majority of them are not geared to a single industry. Only 44% delivering to a certain industries, automotive, electronics in the first place, but majority sell their products for the different or wide range of activities. Second, there is the classifications of technologies, and we would say that majority of solutions they are delivering, it's the, I would say, kind of not nascent technologies, but rather mature technologies or fastly maturing. In terms of the disruptive technologies, of nascent technologies, only, let's say, less than 10%, for example, dealing with photonics and micro or nano electronics or blockchain or innovative materials. And what is more, majority of them do not hold exclusive rights under Polish and European patents. What does it mean? That if you're making an analysis basing of the patent data, look how many companies you are just invisible for you in your analysis. So that's why it is rationally to go beyond patents. What is interesting, on my left-hand side, you can see a drawing showing the year of establishment of the companies. And what is interesting, a lot of them has a longer history of being on the market. This is not, let's say, global-born startups. Of course, in the recent years, there is a growing body of the companies, but on a general, especially on the more mature companies, patent holders, you can see that they were established in, I would say, in the whole range of the last 30 years. What is more, the internationalization, which is often stressed as they are being internationalized from the start, actually 3/4 of them serving the Polish market. Only 1/3 going international, but this is slowly changing. So perhaps let's say the sheer size of the Polish economy, which is the largest economy of Central Europe, it is the reason why they are in the first place going to the local market. Although, if you have a look at the patent companies, 44% they derive their profits from the exports. So this is the difference from the patent, those who are holding patents and the other one. Again, I have 4 minutes or something, or even less. Okay, 2 minutes. I will finish, I will answer the first questions actually. This is a kind of paths of development of the 9 companies which are well established in the market. And as you can see, they started in the early 1990s selling the solutions of usually well-established Western service of products providers, I don't know, Bosch, for example, or Fanuc, or robotics companies, and so on. Then the first, let's say, boost in the development won when Poland entered the European Union. Actually, in the 1990s, there were no market because first, the foreign companies which established their subsidiaries in Poland brought their own solutions, and the local companies had that money. Remember that we were the country which bankrupt in the end of the socialism. So only after the entering the EU, this was the market for them, but only recently, in the last, let's say, 5 years, they happen that the advancing models of embedding of foreign subsidiaries, so just from the simple export platform to the, let's say, advanced manufacturing system, you can quite, it's visible in the operation, also in the operation of the digital entrepreneurs. Okay, so the next part of the presentation was supposed to discuss the geography, but perhaps it's a good opportunity. We will discuss in the later, during some breaks. Exactly, so I will show you how brilliant maps I prepared, and I will switch just right to the conclusion. So, okay, or maybe this one, just finally, because this is important in terms of final conclusion. We asked the companies about the location factors. And this was surprising, because this is perhaps not surprising that availability of the qualified staff was the most important factors. But 4 means very important, 1 means not important at all. So what is for us at least was quite surprising that, for example, proximity to research institutes, proximity to technology parks, proximity to other firms from the same industry or let's say related industry was not important at all. In nearly all concepts of the advanced ecosystems, the, let's say, proximity to intermediaries, to the technology, to the universities is stressed by important. So the question is whether this is true or whether the company or the companies don't, let's say, evaluate enough in the close environment. Maybe this kind of translucent for them. They're so obvious for them that they do not deem it particularly important. So this is the question. But on the other hand, if you have a look at this, let's say this local bus, industry events, joint projects, it's much more important than just the collocation with other one. Okay, so this is the geography, so okay. And let's have a look at the conclusions, because this time is running very fast. The first conclusion, let's skip it, because I hadn't time for discussing in more detail. Let's go to the second conclusion. So first of all, when we designed the study, it was our assumptions that this digital entrepreneurship is really a kind of disruptive, innovative, built of small startups, which are born global, which are engaged in internationalization, but it happened contrary that majority of the successful companies are or have the longer history. What is interesting still that majority of them, about 80%, is of domestic capital, which because Polish economy, especially industry or advanced industry, is progressed mainly by foreign subsidiaries. It is indicating that perhaps this is a way out of the, let's say, dependent economy structures. And going to the final conclusion, because, well, it seems that the location factors or the relationship with the territory is not well fit in concepts we have nowadays, perhaps because of this and perhaps what happened during the COVID pandemic, there is a room for working on the new concepts of the relationship between the digital entrepreneurs and the territory, which go beyond the well-established, let's say, concepts which were worked by Italian scholars like Innovative Milieu, for example, or like concepts which are, let's say, older. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Christoph, and for your research with important empirical field work. And now it's your turn, okay? The next presentation is territorial manufacturing servitization, with an important question. What are the determinant factors?
Okay.
The speaker is Gianmaria Luigi Pessina from University of Turin.
Okay, so I am lucky because basically the previous presentation presented much of the general theoretical background that is at the base of this project, but I focus especially on territorial manufacturing servitization, that is some kind of the territorial declination of the general trend of manufacturing servitization, and is based on some kind of positive feedback, positive loop between the presence at the territorial level, so the colocalization of performing or resilient manufacturing and knowledge-intensive business services, so KIPS. And so basically this is the theory say that it's possible to imagine the positive effect in which the performance of manufacturing asks for the create a local demand of specialized KIPS, and the presence of specialized KIPS foster, underpin the competitiveness of manufacturing, and so on and so on. So the territorial servitization, manufacturing servitization debate actually started in the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s by Sforzi, Camagni, and Courvoisier. But unfortunately, tertiarization, globalization, offshoring overshadows this some kind of dynamics, and so we have the rediscover in recent year by La Fuente, Valiante, Herrero, and this basically is due to change in economic approach, policy. Nowadays, industrial policies are becoming central and in the EU, and the general trend of servitization of goods. So there is a research agenda that is quite at the beginning, because the concept is under-terrorized, and there are not clear empirical evidence. What is the relation between servitization and digitalization? What is the territorial scale to which this kind of relation is present? So, but what we can do to split up the research agenda in two main hypotheses. The first one is the collocation between manufacturing and production unit and KIPS foster the local manufacturing competitiveness. And the second one is the dynamic one, and the presence of a resilient before and strong after manufacturing core foster KIPS demand at the local level. KIPS demand at the local level. Okay, but the ongoing debate is focused on the first main hypothesis for two reasons. First, establish the existence and magnitude of the phenomena, that is not clear if it exists, and identify the determinant factor for this kind of territorial recoupling between advanced service and manufacturing. So, relevant point, what kind of impact for whom? This is a matter of the size of enterprises. We expect that the small enterprises are more experience and a greater impact of the co-location, because bigger ones are more independent from the territorial feature and blah, blah, blah. What is the relation between servitization and production digitalization? That, in other words, what kind of KIPS are relevant at the territorial level? And another problem is the meaning of proximity. So, more precisely, is a matter of territorial scale. This is important also from not only from an empirical point of view, but from a theoretical point of view, because it's a different relation with other macro theory, less regional innovation system or local development. Okay, this may appear a systematic literary review, but actually is not a systematic literary review, and this slide is useful to stress 3 points. The first point, we have mixed empirical findings. The second one, there are studies are conducted different territorial scale, regional or local, and also the definition of KIPS is different among the studies. In particular, in recent year, we start to distinguish between professional KIPS and technical KIPS, and we return in this point later on. Okay, my research focus, method and sample. So the focus is investigate territorial effect of collocation between KIPS and manufacturing on small medium enterprises performance. The method is a multi-level model that is really important because I am a sociologist, and sociologists are not some kind of sense about causality, but we are obsessed about the ecological fallacy. That is another matter, another important matter. And so I rely on this model that allow me to disentangle territorial effect by composition effect, so the heterogeneity of the characteristics of the firms that are within a territory. So the sample have 2 unit analysis because it's a multi-level mixed model with a random slope. We have manufacturing small medium enterprises that come from AIDA. Interesting, Bureau van Dijk swear that they are the population. It's not a sample, but is virtually the population because I collect all the balance sheet of active firms in 2021 between 5 and 300 employees, in which the unit production address and the legal address coincide. In that way, I have a precise localization of the enterprises and other data that come from Italian statistical office about a local market economy, so small sub-regional area that are defined by the fact that the people work more probably in the territory and not outside the territory. Okay, main variable. The main variable of interest are specialization, that is in manufacturing, that is in which I rely on concentration index, that is IQ index, measured on manufacturing employees. So how much is concentrate the employment in manufacturing. We have other 2 variables that are the presence of KIPS, so professional KIPS. There are marketing, consultants, and so on, and technical KIPS that are basically ICT and engineering. That are captured still on the concentration index, but not on the employment, but in the number of firms. The idea is that it is not important the size of the firm, but the presence of a network of small firms of KIPS at the local level. And lastly, the specialized human capital, that is the share of second-level tertiary educated in the working age population. I try to have the data about STEM, but it's not available for Italy. Okay, so the model. It's quite complex. Okay, first, the dependent variable is value added per capita. That is some kind of rough and tough measure of productivity. The first part of the model is the part in which we are the main control variable that are measured to the firm's level. that are the number of employees that is particularly important, and so it is under the assumption of random slope, so the effect of the dimension can change in different territories. Asset, R&D expenditure, asset growth over the 5 year, patents, if they spend money to make a patent or to buy a patent, and sector. The second part of the model is the most important part, that are the variable about territories. And so I run 3 different models. The first one is the base model without interaction, in which we can see that the presence of key keeps seems to have a greater effect than the presence of technical keeps. However, when I put 2 main interactions, that is the relation between professional keeps and the specialization in manufacturing, and T keeps and the human capital variable, they change, the figure change completely. So why using this interaction? The basic idea is that the professional keeps are more specialized, so are more connected to the industry fabric in specialized area. And the second one, and in order to small medium enterprises, in order to profit on the presence of technical keeps in the local economy, need to rely to qualify the human capital. Okay, this is the case. So basically, the interaction are significant to the 10%. Is not a great problem because I'm working on the population, but it's still a problem. What is interesting to see that change the magnitude of the phenomenon between the 2 keeps. Technical keeps become more important, have a greater impact, and to make more reliable these results, I perform a last model on a subsample of territories that are territories that have specialized in manufacturing, and you can see the effect of the interaction between human capital and T keeps is massive. Okay, so final remarks. Is what we achieve. The collocation between professional keeps and manufacturing firms is positively connected if small medium enterprises operating in territorial characterized by high degree of manufacturing specialization. Other way around, small medium enterprise can profit from technical keeps only in presence of specialized human capital. But what is interesting, this is across distribution. You can see that 25% of the Italian firms in my population work in local labor economy specialized in manufacturing, but where there are not the presence of keeps, and 27% operate in territories that are characterized by manufacturing specialization and the presence of both professional keeps and technical keeps. So, probably with the spreading of Industry 4.0 technological paradigm, we will see a greater polarization about local economy, since there are a part of the local economy that are ready to exploit the possibility offered by this kind of new revolution, and other will be lagger. And second, this is a problem, I think, of embeddedness. We need more case studies for clearly understand what kind of relation, if there is some kind of additional meaning of simple geographical proximity, some social proximity, institutional proximity, that this can be an answer for your thought. And so I'm finished. Thank you for the attention.
Okay, thank you. 15 minutes, exactly 15 minutes for your speech. Okay, now we have time for the two discussants. Okay, the first one is Marion Beauvalet, pardon, from Paris. Okay, and the second one is Martin Schroeder, directly from Japan. Is it right? Yeah. Okay. So who's the first? Okay, we have only one problem because we don't have a mobile microphone, so you have to speak in the microphone. Let me try if prova. No, you have to come here. I'm sorry. Okay. We have to make a switch of the seat. Martin and Marion. Okay, Martin is the first. Welcome.
Yeah, hi.
You arrived this morning.
No, I came last night. If I arrived this morning, I wouldn't be talking to you. I think I would sleep somewhere. So,
Okay.
First of all, thank you very much for the nice presentations. I first have one question for the first two presentations. So, when you looked at the different intermediaries, did you recognize that maybe particular role of unions? So, I remember in 1990s, several countries, there was studies about transition to lean, also new technologies. And then very often the unions played an important role for SMEs because the SMEs would, for example, not have connection to intermediaries, and they would get information from unions when they do negotiations. And my question would be, particularly for the first presentation, because you looked into the German case, is this sort of public-private business model that you describe involving unions, or is it something else?
Well, as far as I know, no, we don't have any evidence in terms of the participation of union. But, for example, in the Italian case, one of the intermediaries that I interviewed was the opposite, because it's an intermediary built by an industrial association, so it's really the opposite process. Yeah. So it's the, let's say, the company owners that really are pushing the transformation. So, but we'll try to, let's say, investigate also the point you suggested. Thank you.
So, as for my part, you mean, Martin, you mean trade unions, right?
Yeah.
So first of all, these companies we investigated, you must remember that the majority of them are small and medium enterprises, so not unionized at all. And also the big tech, which are the leading companies, some of them employing, I don't know, 5,000 people, there are some of them not unionized at all. So in the digital entrepreneurs, the union has not played any role. I'm trying to grasp very fastly whether they play a role in the manufacturing companies. Mm-hmm. But because on general low level of unionization, it's in middle high technology companies in Poland, I cannot say at this moment there's any relevance of the union activity in this regard of facilitation and digitalization. So that's my answer.
Okay. Yeah, maybe just a follow-up for the German case. I could do some research in March, and we actually could talk to IG Metall. And they said that they do at least one thing that is not digitalization, but will shift to EVs. And there they have these sorts of public-private collaborations. But they also have, that's my follow-up, maybe suggestion for your study, is that they said that they have, for example, because they get public money, they cannot do direct consulting for business models. So that would mean that, for example, when you look at your results and you try to make sense of your archetypes, at least in some countries, there could be legal regulations for how you use the money that you get that influence your results. And so that's maybe, let's say, future agenda, if you want to.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I think you touch an interesting point.
Can I suggest to collect all the suggestions by comments and
Yeah.
question by discussant, from the discussant, and then you can react. Okay, sure.
One more point. So then maybe two more points. So for Christoph, so you mentioned that you found that lots of companies in your sample that are innovative are not trying to get a patent. Can you explain why, maybe? And then for the final presentation, can you try to explain again why you think that the co-location matters in some contexts and not in others? Because I think that's a really important point, but would be worth elaborating a little bit more, I think. That's all for me.
Okay. Thank you, Martin. Marion Beauvalet. Beauvalet. Yeah. I have a little problem with your names, but
So thank you for your presentation, and I think it was interesting to link the idea of Industry 4.0 and also innovation to the question of geography. And I think, for example, yesterday we haven't, it's always located somewhere, but for example, the link between the access to special formation or even the question of internet connection, it's interesting to have this dimension in some papers. So for the question, for the first article, you said that it was a work in progress. So what do you think could evolve? What are the hypotheses you are not sure about? And I also had a question about the interviews you led in different countries. How do you choose the people you interviewed, because your corpus first was bigger? Could you maybe sum up the four archetypes you identified? It was maybe fast in the presentation. And I also had a question about the question of public fundings. You mentioned it at different times. Could you go back to what kind of public fundings you were mentioned? For the second presentation, maybe could you go back to the map you created in order to explain it? And also, I had a question about the profile of entrepreneur you mentioned, because when you started your presentation, I was thinking of self-employed people, but it was not about self-employed people. So what are the profile you studied in your article? And you mentioned the different chronology with the first rupture at the beginning of the 1990s, and then I think last rupture in the last 5 years. What does it exactly correspond to? And for the last presentation, I think your data, it was a little bit abstract. Could you give some special examples, for example, to the collocation you mentioned, if you have some precise example of films or actors to make more concrete what you described? That's it.
okay, thank you very much. Thank you to Thank you for your comment and question. Now we have about 15 minutes for your reaction. I think this is the opportunity, Christoph, for go on in your presentation in the geographical part of your presentation. Okay. Okay. Before you start, I have to ask you if there are other questions for our speakers. Okay, we can go on. Okay, so you can come back here.
Because the questions of Marion and Martin are interrelated, especially the second question. So first of all, if you have a look at those 6 maps, you can easily recognize the heterogeneity of the digital entrepreneurs. Actually, during the research, we distinguish 5 types. Those who are mainly delivering software. So IT companies, which are classified in the case usually 62 or 61, 62 names, right? So this is the first group of the companies. And they are not very embedded in the local, let's say, market. They are serving, because they are, I would say, territory agnostic. So serving Poland mainly and exporting the services. The second group of the companies are the manufacturing companies, which had to develop the digital capabilities. For example, imagine a kind of machine processing producer who, to stay on the market, he had to embed it IoT, cyber physical. So in this case, these companies, well, they are what is the manufacturing, it's obvious. The third one is the distributors of the technology. They are mainly distributors, but because of the growing demand for services. So for example, you are not selling robots, actually, you are selling all the knowledge connected with the robots. And fourth are the integrators who integrate the solutions of other companies. And 5, there are R&D services. So if you have a look at the geography of them by regions, you can easily see that the majority, of course, are concentrated in the metropolitan regions, but integrators and production-related companies are much more strongly, let's say, dispersed. So, yeah. And we run a set of correlations between the, let's say, location quotient of digital entrepreneurs and manufacturing sectors. What we found, the strongest, let's say that in general, the correlations, all industry, for example, versus integrators, because the integrators are much more attached to the industrial regions, are not very significant, as you can see. But the strongest significant was the relationship between automotive companies and integrators. So the automotive played really important role for the developing of the ecosystem of the digital entrepreneurs. So this depends on the branch. Again, on a whole, if you have a look at the correlation coefficients on the NUTS level between, for example, gross domestic products and the digital entrepreneurs present, and the gross value added industry, it's interesting that the gross value added industry is stronger correlated with digital entrepreneurs than the gross domestic product. What suggests that there is a link, not very strong one, but indeed dependent on the type of digital entrepreneurs. So this is about the maps. So thank you, Marion, that I have opportunity to show them. The questions, Martin, about patents. Actually, in the whole base, I will switch to the companies, with patents. This one. In the whole of our database, we distinguish about 1,000 companies. 94 of them, it's the complete sample because we search all the databases of European and Polish patents. So 1 in 10 companies has patents. So this is not much, actually. In the survey, 1/4. So we received the answers from the, let's say, more advanced companies. Why not? 3 reasons. First of all, some of companies do not want to reveal their solutions. So this is the first reason. Second, because majority of the companies are small and medium enterprises, usually employing, with, except of the owner, only a few people, they cannot afford that. So this is the second reason. And I think and the first reason can be that maybe they are not so innovative as we are regarding as being. So I think that this is the three reasons. And finally, answering the third question of Marion, of the profile, as I mentioned, majority are small entrepreneurs. We are calling them entrepreneurs, of course, but they are companies. Well, if I remember correctly, I will check in the data, the median employment is about 14, 15 people. So there are usually small companies, although the sample is really diversified. We have, as I mentioned, some of the big tech leading technological companies, because they also want to go into 4.0 because there's growing market for them. But majority locally owned small enterprises. If you're interested in data, I will just retrieve in after the coffee break from the database. Thank you. I hope I answered all the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your questions. Okay, Martin, I think you touched a very important point. So yes, the service that they provide depends also on the fact that they receive public money, but not only, because, for example, one of the interview I did with a intermediary in Italy that was managed by a business association. They told me, we don't want to give the impression that we want to sell them something. So we don't have like a strong connection with the supply side. We just want to check what is the level of, let's say, digitalization of the company. And then depending on the level, we can like suggest them, okay, you can go there or there, but we don't want to really force them to buy something. That's the idea. Okay, Marion, I'm not sure I catch all your points, but in terms of identification of the digital intermediaries, well, we started from the national strategy. So we look at these digital strategies of the single countries, and we checked which are the main, let's say, intermediaries that have been tasked with the mandate to support this transformation. And then we realized that there were also others, intermediaries that were mainly in the UK, that were not officially, let's say, included in the digital strategy, but were part of the strategies. So in terms of public fundings, well, I can reply to you from the Italian side mainly because let's say, I focused on Italian intermediaries, and the majority of the organization, they are, when I say public funding, I mean, where in Italy, these are mainly European fundings. So these intermediaries are funded by, are part of the Digital Innovation Hub strategy, so they receive European fundings. But there are also other intermediaries that were not part of our sample that, for example, cooperate with local governments or the regional governments, and they are part of co-joint projects, so yes. But I'm sorry, I cannot give you more information because I won't be very, let's say, precise on, because I don't have, let's say, the full picture also for the other countries. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, so thanks for the question. The problem is that I forgot that we are in an international conference because probably the Italian public never make this kind of question because we are the country of industrial districts. So when I say local manufacturing, small medium enterprises and proximity, we have some kind of task informal knowledge about this topic. Okay, basically the answer we can, is a long answer, but to make it simple, we can talk about externalities, local externalities, different kind of proximity. This is the two main factors. Local externalities, economic externalities, that Marshallian externalities, so the externalities that are due to the specialization, so knowledge transfer, human capital, specialized human capital, specialized institution for the formation of human capital, and so on and so on. Other way around, we have, this is a specialization externalities. The other important externality as relative varieties externalities. So at the local level, if I have a specialized territories, it's often there is some kind of relation between different sectors. For example, I have studied a wine district that have an important part of this industrial district. So an important, the local level, important small medium enterprise that make machinery for imbottigliare, to put the wine in the bottle, okay. Okay, and this is the first part of the answer. The second part of the answer come from evolutionary economy and geography and the different kind of proximity. Our Italian idea is that to be close, to be close in small territories imply social relation, economic advancedness, institutional proximity. So basically we have trade union, business association, and so on that provide some kind of local local public good for competitiveness that help the local fabric and act some kind of have a pivotal role to bring together, to make people to sit at the same table between different sectors. So basically, this is the idea that co-localization have an important role in the performance of small medium enterprises. All of this, behind all of this, there is the assumption that the lack, since small medium enterprise have fewer managerial research, fewer investment in R&D, have difficult to attract qualified human capital, and so on. For small and medium enterprise, the context, the quality of the context, the local context in which they operate is extremely important and make great difference in performance. And this is also why I have controlled for the heterogeneity of the industry at the lower level, to take under control if it is a truly contextual effect, territorial effect, or a composition effect. So simply in that territory, there are better firms. To explain this.
Okay. Are there any other questions? I think we can finish this panel in advance. We started when we was later. Now we were later. Now we are finishing in advance. It's incredible. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you to the speakers. Thank you to the discussant. See you to the coffee break.
io ho cercato di spostarla ma sono un po' in fretta e non sono riuscita. Quindi basta aprirla, in realtà. Basta che sia aperto. E io faccio io l'assistenza d'aula. Se ce ne sono. Sì, ma ci dovrebbe essere un...
Io non ce l'ho il
No, era qui, però. Doveva esserci un assistente che allora vada a chiedere l'assistenza d'aula.
il 5-4.
Deve essere una cartella dell'aula.
No, ce l'ho.
Ah, ce l'hai tu con i foglietti rossi?
Sì, non è cacciati da qualche parte.
Perfetto. Sono 3 cartoncini che devono essere qua.
Sempre che non mi distraggo.
E quindi siamo chi? Simona, io e chi altro c'è? Diane? Diane Gabriele? Sì, e poi c'è Simona. Non mi ricordo chi sono i discussant di questa sessione. Ah, António Moniz e Lea, perfetto. E Anna Cugno chi è? Ah, che è l'altro. L'altro la presentazione. Dove è la quarta? È la quarta. Buongiorno. Buongiorno. Allora, io farei così. Vabbè, vengo io di vicino che ti parlo. Dobbiamo spostare, puoi anche usare quello, no, ci possiamo sedere e poi ci possiamo spostare per la presentazione. Sorry, we Italian tend to manage in Italian all the practical stuff.
And maybe not only the practical stuff, but anyway, we can start if you are
Yes, I
ready.
think that we have.
Okay, and just let me say welcome to you all, and good morning, and welcome to the section. And in the standing orders by Margherita, I was told I have from 5 to 1 minute, and my choice is 1 minute, of course. And I have very little to say on the papers, 4 interesting papers on which innovation systems and rules and institutions are in the background. And I mean, that's all I have to say for now. But I recommend to everyone to stay on time and consider myself just a clock. I will be your clock, and I'll try to be an efficient clock. I have just one proposal, that is to say, to split the presentation, not four of them all together, but to split 2 and 2 if Lea and Antonio agree, so that we can discuss more, with more care, the 2 papers with this organization. You agree? Okay, we can start, and Margherita, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. I'm really sorry because I must admit that I'm not completely prepared in the sense that the presentation was, Annalisa was in charge of presenting our paper, and so forgive me because I had no time to revise the entire presentation and the paper, so the nuances will be just in my perspective, and since
Okay.
okay, no, okay, I wasn't just, okay. Now, the point is that this paper is a collective project, and I would say a long-standing project, because we started together with Annalisa several years ago, with Federica, sorry, several years ago, studying innovation policies and focusing on the role of innovation intermediaries in Italy. Then we broadened our research to other countries and involved other colleagues, Annalisa CALOFFI and Anna Kolovic in France. So this paper is to some extent the latest of a series of explorations on the role of intermediaries acting in the domains of technological change. And the point that was that we were observing that while we were focusing in previous research on the fact that they were changing themselves, because they were, as innovation intermediaries, learning what was needed by the context in which they were co-evolving to some extent, we changed the perspective with the digital transition, because to some extent we were focusing on a different role as drivers of institutional change, because they were to some extent having the responsibility and the role of orienting public policies and also private interventions. Now, institutional entrepreneurs in Industry 4.0, we have the background related to Industry 4.0 as a socio-technical transition, and that the need of considering new rules of the game to drive the transition and to implement new technologies, and the fact that the consideration, as I was mentioning just before, that innovation intermediaries can play a relevant role as institutional entrepreneurs. On the demand side, by creating or modifying the rules or norms to help users to adopt new technologies, but also on the supply side, by aligning the various constellations of organizations that need to provide the new technologies and facilitate changes in behavioral patterns. So different stages of the transition at different levels require different actions. So how do the innovation intermediaries do what they do? And so the idea is that they work at a different level. The inter-organization networking is an important role. Technology development and related activities are considered, and the provision of other knowledge-intensive services to SMEs or policy consultant activities is considered as an important part of individual organizations that perform innovation intermediary. And there is a difference with traditional innovation intermediaries, the ones that we studied with regard to knowledge innovation technology centers or technology transfers or the technopods. Now, let's focus on the institutional setting. And the levels of institutional work that we consider are exactly shaped, I would say, by the contribution by Scott. And we start with the idea that institutions exhibit stabilizing and meaning-making properties, and in particular cultural, cognitive, normative, and regulative elements that characterize their action. And we observe that they implement, to some extent, a change that occur at multiple levels. So these levels and these dimensions of institutions will be important for further analysis that I will present with respect to results. So let's discuss a bit on these 4 levels. So at first, the 0 level, so the basic level, we can say, is the one in which there is non-systemic intermediation between individual entities. So they do what is necessary. But the level 1 is when intermediation is in between entities in a network. Level 2 is when you have in between networks of entities, so they are connecting networks. And level 3 is when the intermediation operates in between actors, networks, and institutions. So the most demanding, important role for these institutions. Now, innovation intermediaries obviously have to cope with institutional failures and perform some institutional role in framing, use frames to give meaning to a contested phenomenon, in theorization, to provide a model, to conceive how an innovation should or could function, also to act as a stimulus for collaboration, lobbying, and negotiation. And to do that, they facilitate access to decision making and lobbying for more stringent regulatory change. They create and sustain advocacy coalition, including the one in which you have conflict of interest, articulate and shape collective expectation, develop and strengthen standards and certification schemes, generate conditions where trust can overcome prevailing power or asymmetries in knowledge and resources, and empower emerging actors, entities, or discourses to be on or to overtake established configurations. These elements that frame our analysis were to some extent, I would say, moving, as it happens in our ordinary research, at least the one of this research team, that we started with some research questions, and when we collected information in the fieldwork, our research questions changed a lot. And the perspectives that we adopted in analyzing the results of our field work were to some extent demanding for a different conceptual framework, and this challenging of the institutional perspective is one that we address in this paper. Now, I wanted to use my time to show you that the 3 pillars of institutions that are mentioned by Scott's contribution, cultural, cognitive, normative, and regulative, can be considered with regard to the basis of compliance, the basis of order, and the mechanisms that operate in enhancing that role, the logic, which are the indicators, and what they affect with their action, and the basis of legitimacy. I will not enter in the detail of this presentation of the contribution by Scott, but I wanted to consider that that is the contribution that we use in particular, that we have not only different institutional roles, but also different careers. And the careers are symbolic systems, relational systems, routines, and artifacts. So we were considering the crosstab of these dimensions, the pillars and the careers, because they were the key to interpret the results, so to some extent to code the results of our interviews. And very briefly, the data. The data was an incredible set of interviews we made with academics, policymakers, independent consultants who are experts in digital innovation. We started with UK and France, we added Italy and Germany. In a second step of the preliminary interviews, we used a snowball sampling procedure to select most interesting, relevant cases that were related to the interviews we were started. Overall, we had 31 interviews. They were recorded, transcribed, cross-coded by the 4 authors, and then we agreed in the contents that were expressing the interviews. So one is the contents, the other one is the conceptual framework to organize the meaning of those contents. Now, list of interviews we are not interested in. The results with the different levels and details I can skip because otherwise we have no time. But let me see the summarization of what happens in this double reading, and also the cross-reading of institution type and level of intermediation. So we see that there is not an homogeneous level of intermediation for all the type of institutions. We find that when we have a level of intermediation 0, so the basic, that is, they do whatever it is needed. Obviously, the cultural and cognitive is an important part of the story there. When you move to the normative, their action is essentially at level 1, 2, and 3 when you have an increasing demand for the intermediary institution to be part of the change that requires new rules at all levels, in between actors, in between networks, and this becomes a critical role they play. And the regulative has to some extent a mix, I would say, importance, because in some cases it is very important when the intermediation is in between actors. But, for example, we can see the light gray because it is difficult to consider an important role of intermediation when they have to intermediate across networks. Across networks in this context becomes across networks operating in different sectors or across different countries, but covering different domains. This is the idea. So it is quite difficult to conceive an intermediary institutions covering that role in a regulative activity. So mechanisms that are deployed by innovation in intermediaries to change institutions. They are in the between of different pillars. We were discussing the cultural, cognitive, the normative, and the regulative institutions. And the mechanism in the domain of cultural and cognitive activities that is particular for public intermediaries is the one in which they shape and spread the innovation and collaboration logic. So they bridge actors at different levels. When we move the mechanisms with regard to normative institutions, they establish innovation and collaborative routines. So they set the stage. And they translate innovation and collaborating routines. And this is an important part of the story. This is the first thing that we learned when we started analyzing innovation policies in network dimensions in Tuscany region. We discovered that there was an important role of multivocality that we learned from budget analysis of the Medici network. And we started knowing that that was the most important role they could have. Translating innovation and collaboration routines is what enhances a lot the working of a collaborative innovation environment. And this is the role of public intermediaries, mainly. But when we move to regulative institutions, we found an important role of private intermediaries, because regulative defining standards, operating protocols, or building material and non-material artifacts, or defining procedure rules and procedures is something that needs the involvement of actors that play a role in those domains. Think of the changes of regulations governing the automotive sector, just to mention. There's something absolutely huge in which you cannot skip the role of the business association, for example. And they are one of the typical private intermediaries. So I would conclude my, if I can arrive at the conclusion. The conclusion is that we learned a lot from these interviews, but as any research, you end with a lot of questions. And you would start and broaden the set of interviewees, going back to the ones that you have already interviewed, to have, to some extent, a dialogue that lasts for not only months, sometimes years, in which you build a knowledge, a reciprocal knowledge, and they wanted to know what was emerging from your interpretation of their answers. So we need to explore different roles in different contexts of institutional building. And we have to compare cases in which we have the same institution building activity that is carried out by different intermediaries. So we have not completely set our understanding of the real difference that matters between private and public, and we need to explore the temporal dimensions of intermediaries' activities. This is my personal specific point that I wanted to add to this paper that was not considered important. Why? Because it was the main conclusion we reached in the previous research. So my younger co-authors said, well, but everybody knows that we say that. I think that that's not only a fact that everybody knows our research. This is an important part of the analysis. Agents and intermediaries institutions change over time. And either we consider that or we fix our analysis to a given condition and we freeze it as it could last forever. So even our conclusions are temporal defined.
Thank you, Margherita. I thought it was impossible to present this paper in 5 minutes, in 15 minutes. Well, Margherita showed me that it is possible. So, no, wait a second. I need your help to see.
No, you can see. Perhaps you can manage it.
I think so.
Can
Yes,
you do
no,
it?
you uploaded it.
So,
Yes, I did.
you are where they are. The slides, I mean. No, okay.
Okay. So I go ahead now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Good morning, everybody. So my name is Diane Gabrielle Tremblay. I'm a professor with University of Quebec, TÉLUQ, and this is results from some research that we have been doing with a colleague called Valérie Psyché. She is more in the IT and IA sector. So I'm also going to try to do this quickly because we're many people on similar issues here. Many things that you mentioned, I also kind of have the same trajectory in the sense that we were working on intermediary organizations and clusters in Canada for quite some time, actually since about 2000, in a group which was called Innovation Systems Research Network. So throughout Canada, different clusters we were looking at, and particularly, I was very particularly interested in intermediary organizations at both levels, federal and provincial. I'm from Quebec, the Francophone part of Canada, and we tend to have different policies from the federal government, so they sometimes overlap as well. So we looked at these intermediary organizations with clusters, with innovation systems research networks, and more recently now we're particularly interested in the digital transformation in Quebec and also the IA. So I'm going to be putting that together a little bit. So yeah, a few I'm going to go very quickly. Our theoretical perspectives were basically on open innovation, bringing together different actors. I'm going to go very quickly on the industry, on the concept, maybe talk a little bit about Montreal and the different actors. Montreal is a pretty big player actually in IA, throughout Canada at least, and even throughout North America. The perspective here, definitely why we're interested in this, given the fact that my research was mainly concentrated on innovation. So my interest is really from this point of view, seeing innovation as a process, as an endogenous process, so therefore where different actors can play different roles. And we did find this in a certain number of research that we did previously, but now looking at clusters and particularly looking at digital transformation and IA, we might be seeing different things. So I think one of the things that we also observe is the fact that over the years, innovation doesn't only appear in large firms in the traditional linear perspective, but more and more in small, medium-sized businesses and in different places. So here I find, obviously, intermediary organizations are going to be more important for these. Also, I like the image of process of pollinization, of ideas moving around. We saw this in the clusters we were looking at. Then the Canadian government decided to create what they call super cluster. We're not so sure that the circulation of ideas and trainings and everything, does it work as well in a super cluster, or does some, well, in some sectors, for example, we looked at aviation, some large players sometimes kind of end up being the pivot company which kind of controls everything. And not to name them for Canada, I'd say Bombardier, for example, is really dominating the aeronautics sector. But still, it's interesting to look at, I think, even more the role of intermediary organizations in sectors where there are small businesses. We had looked at a few of them, including textile, clothing, et cetera, in comparison with those like steel and aeronautics, where in those two cases, in Canada at least, there were clearly dominating firms. So this learning by doing, by using, by sharing is probably more supported by intermediary organizations, or more useful when it is supported by these organizations in sectors where we have smaller businesses. So I'm going to skip this. Just I think we're all conscious of this question of, is this really a new idea, the fact that there is this collaboration, et cetera, or was there ever any closed process of innovation? Maybe not, although in large firms, sometimes pharmaceutical as well, I could mention, it sometimes seems to be a rather closed and linear process, but was it really that closed? We can question that issue, and of course that would question the idea of the role of intermediary organizations. So the idea here is really to look at this ecosystem of digital transformation and IA introduction into firms in Quebec, and therefore we wanted to look at the different contributions of networks of key stakeholders, players, strategic players, and we could say niche players, and this includes suppliers, companies, organizations, governments at various levels, and also particularly some of these intermediary organizations that are created either by the private sector in some cases, but also very often by the government or by educational institutions. For example, we have these, I'm translating from French, technological transfer centers that are at college levels. I consider that these are also intermediary organizations, and that they are very important because they do this activity of fostering relationships between firms and institutions. And actually, in part of our research, I think we almost found that maybe these college level technological centers were maybe closer to small businesses in particular, because they're more into, let's say, simpler technologies or whatever, and maybe the way they also do training for these firms, so they tend to be closer in comparison with, for example, Polytechnic, that is clearly closer to Bombardier and the aeronautics sector. The small firms seem to be more, I would use maybe the word comfortable, with an intermediary organization such as a tech transfer center at the college level. So yes, the idea here really is to have different stakeholders, and I liked how you concluded by saying they change over time. And yes, I was also under this perspective that yes, the stakeholders' roles are not fixed, but they're dynamic, they're dependent on different characteristics of the environment, and they change over time. They play a crucial role, but they change over time, and their role with the businesses will also change over time. We went into some sectors looking at the integration of IA, only to find that a lot of these small businesses weren't yet there. So we looked at the digital transformation and to what extent eventually that could bring IA into these companies. But even in as much as we wanted to find IA, we didn't necessarily find it everywhere in these small firms. So clearly this issue of data and object connectivity, defining component, is found, but at very, very different levels in different types of sectors. For example, textile and clothing, where we were working, not so present. So, yeah, obviously, however, the companies are all saying, these factories are all, saying, yes, yes, we're going to be using IA. And of course, all this chat GPT has got them a little bit excited, or at least woke some of them up who thought, it wasn't for them. But then they're saying, okay, apparently it's part of the world today. So they are becoming somewhat more open. And maybe looking more towards the intermediary organizations, whereas previously these organizations would say to them, you have to go about your digital transformation, and this should include IA. The companies were kind of, and now they seem to be kind of, this was kind of a wake-up call, let's say, as it was, I think, for a lot of us, even in the universities. We have to change our modes of evaluations and exams. So in any case, our government also, the Ministry of Economy and Innovation, is also through different documents and through creating some forms of intermediary organizations, trying to push forward as well. So yeah, the research, it's a qualitative research. We did in the beginning some knowledge synthesis and systematic review of literature. But basically we're working, especially now, and especially when we want to look at IA, in a more kind of exploratory, inductive, prospective approach we're looking at the new professions also that are appearing. And the business models, of course, but particularly the new professions. And we invited some people in this sector, in the IA sector and digital transformation sector, for interviews, but also for focus groups. We found focus groups were sometimes interesting because somebody would put forward an idea and then the discussion was very informative, and maybe for something kind of new in terms of the functioning of the AI business ecosystem with all these contractors, consultants, IA solution providers. We found they were actually kind of important in the ecosystem. And even the intermediary organizations were kind of more in contact with them because I guess they themselves had to kind of update themselves. So I'm skipping it. I'd even put parentheses thinking, okay, this can be skipped. Okay, so we looked at the functioning of these intermediary organizations and experts who are also important stakeholders, and what are their specific contributions to this ecosystem, and particularly to the transformation, the digital transformation process. What are these different organizations bringing? I could say technology service providers, and more particularly, IA service providers. So the case of Montreal particularly, I don't know if any of you have heard of Yoshua Bengio, but he kind of brought the IT, put the IA put forward in Montreal. He's very much working with Polytechnique, and there's a whole, some people are going to be talking about territorial issues tomorrow, but he has managed to create an important district of Montreal, very close to University of Montreal, very close to an important hospital, and therefore the health sector, and kind of bring all these actors together with what I would consider intermediary organizations, some of them supported by Quebec, some of them supported by the federal government. So, for example, what we would find, I think it's not coming up soon, yeah, the AI ecosystem, Ivado, Mila. Mila does a lot of training, and that is related very much to the University of Montreal with this Yoshua Bengio, who has become kind of a public figure, putting forward IA very much. But then recently, you heard of this letter of a lot of people in IA saying we need to kind of, well, slow down maybe or stop. And strangely enough, while he was really selling IA for the last 6 or 7 or 8 years, suddenly saying, oh yeah, well maybe we should start questioning ourselves. And these are some of our interviews. We tried to include this dimension, this ethics dimension, for the health sector in particular, for the financial sector, of course, when people can be, you know, when you can refuse financing to some people because the IA says, well, maybe you should refuse these people. All the issues also with gender and ethnic issues in the health sector. Anyhow, so all this is kind of related, and it's interesting to see that I guess the intermediary organizations, the formal ones from the government, were very much engaged in, you know, yes, Montreal, Quebec have to be very, very important in the IA ecosystem. Now I'm saying IA is in French, but anyhow. And now suddenly they're kind of, oh yeah, there are ethical issues. Oh yeah, there are maybe some risks of discrimination, etc. So I think what's also interesting is to see, this is going to be one of the transformations of these intermediary organizations, is to bring to those who weren't thinking about this, these questions. So not only the role will not only be let's really make sure that Canada and Quebec are very, very present, and that all our companies are not sold to the US, and that we remain at the front stage so that we can control these types of issues, like, or at least we can look at these types of issues such as ethics and others. So Ivado and Mila are becoming quite important on top of the IT cluster in Montreal, which is called Technocompetence, and which looks a lot at training issues. Scale IA is also a main leader. This is really somebody top, receiving government support, a lot of support from the Government of Canada and support from the Government of Quebec. And here the idea is again to, it's really the AI supercluster and designed to put forward and support the transition to IA in a lot of companies in different projects and different sectors. There's a lot of interest in the health sector in Montreal and in Toronto in particular, where these organizations are really working in very, very close contact with hospital and the health sector. And this I find is very interesting because usually, well, when we do research, I've done research on work and work organization and other issues, and the health sector tended to be kind of, you know, we don't really care so much for research except in this specific health sector or the pharmaceutical sector. Now here, well, of course it concerns technology, and they are, I think as probably in many countries, we are lacking nurses, are lacking a lot of things, have had a lot of difficulties. So it's suddenly as if the health sector and the hospitals are saying, oh yeah, maybe AI can help us. So they are becoming more open to cooperation with these intermediary organizations. So not only directly with firms, and I think they actually feel, or maybe they are more sensitive to this issue of, or the risks in terms of discrimination or ethical issues. So they like the idea of working with an intermediary organization and not only with firms who are just wanting to sell them equipment. So I think the AI, the other element that I wanted to mention was the training issue. I think, yeah, there's also an important issue here because there's a lot of people, a lot of IT specialists, but an IT specialist doesn't become an AI specialist within, you know, overnight or a couple of 6 months. So there is an issue here of training these people. And as we are in a context of a huge labor shortage, it's not that obvious because even the IT specialists are called into the labor market before they finish their courses. So they don't necessarily stay on to go on into more specialized fields such as AI. So I think this, this aspect of the training issue is also something which is important in these intermediary organizations. So I'm gonna also, I think, yeah, concentrate on, there's another program which I find is interesting, again, an intermediary organization. It's called, it's a program, but with the Government of Quebec, Industry 4.0 Audit Program. Because a lot of small businesses aren't really conscious where they are in terms of maturity or in terms of digital maturity. So this program is trying to say to them, they've worked with a couple of sectors in particular, the textile, the metal industry, and a few others. And this is the title translation, Roadmap for Digital Maturity in Industry. And so what they do is they measure the level of integration of different types of technologies and are going to be helping companies to try to realize, oh yeah, I'm only here and I've got this way to go in terms of AI. So I'm going to pretty much conclude on this saying that AI solution providers are important, but maybe what is more important is all these intermediary organizations that help different organizations, public or I would say public sector, health, and small businesses in particular, really help them to to go along this road and, you know, to ask themselves the right questions at the right time and not go into something that they haven't thought out completely. So that was the end. Discussion conclusion.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. And following what we said, we can start with your comments. Antonio or Lea is just the same. Okay? Lea? Is it okay? Yeah.
Or do you want to sit here or bring it in?
Yeah, so thanks a lot for the two papers. I really enjoyed reading it. I think they both touch on issues I've been thinking about. I think the intermediaries, especially during digitalization now, has been something that's been coming up in my research on many occasions, and I never had time to really think of it. And especially the AI topic now, because I recently started working in a research group that works on AI and application in the workplace. So yeah, I was very happy to read both of these papers. Yeah, I think I have, to start with, I have a question I think that concerns both of you, and that's more a methodological question. So I was wondering, how do you ask about the role of innovation intermediaries, or the role of intermediaries in developing AI capabilities in interviews? Like Margherita, from the interviews you did, I saw that you talked with these intermediaries, innovation intermediaries in different countries. So the thought that comes to my mind is that having their perspective is also, I mean, it's the core of their work to foster some kind of institutional change, or yeah, some kind of development. So they would, I think, consider themselves as very important. So how do I find out what they actually really do change, and how do they really foster change for the companies? That also speaks from my own experience. I think I've talked to some organizations that you would consider such intermediaries, and my experience is always that they would a bit overestimate what they actually do for companies. So yeah, maybe just a methodological question if you work on this kind of intermediary step. Yeah, then one question for Margherita. Yeah, that's, I think, what I find very difficult to pin down is when you talk about institutional change and the role of intermediaries. How can we really be clear what is the impact of these intermediaries? How do you, how can that be evaluated? So maybe just to give an example that comes to my mind, I did a lot of research and interviews with digital platforms in manufacturing. And everyone is part of so many different corporations, and this whole cooperation, and what is it called? Co-opetition is like something they all say. So, and they all get into because there is this discourse, and they think it's important. So how do I entangle that and say, okay, this is now something. This is, yeah, an intermediary. Has brought about. So I think that, yeah, and maybe as a last question for Margherita, so this, do you think, from what I read in your paper, I think you see innovation intermediaries as having a growing importance when it comes to digital technologies. So I would be curious, what is the exact change that you think is right now, and why is that it becomes more important? Yeah, for Diane, I've been thinking a lot, what you write in your presentation is the role of knowledge of the certain industry. So kind of, I would say it's like a domain knowledge. You also write that. I think you say, you quote someone saying, many are unfamiliar with the manufacturing sector. To get into AI, you have to know the industry, its problems. So it's a question I've been thinking a lot about. So I was wondering whether you can give us some more insights. How, with these intermediaries you study, how do they bridge this gap? How do they, in an industry that is as complex as manufacturing, and especially AI application in these fields, how can intermediaries get in there and really, yeah, create some kind of value for these companies? How do these domain experts in the companies interact with intermediaries? Yeah, maybe that's. can comment.
António? Let's do it this way, if we can.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's enough. Yeah, I can.
Not so easy to manage.
I can.
Wait a second.
No, it's okay. No, don't. No, it's just for.
Yes.
This one is better.
Thank you very much. Well, they were very interesting and, in a certain way, very similar approaches in terms of object analysis in these institutions. And but I would have also some complementary questions, both to Margherita and to Diane. To Margherita, it was, or it is more related with eventually on non-explained definitions that you made. You were quite extensive on the explanation about the conceptual framework of these intermediary innovation institutions. But, for example, I didn't saw the link, probably it was not explained, with Industry 4.0. Because, as far as I know, in Italy and, well, in my country as well, these intermediaries are very important in the process of innovation related with Industry 4.0. But there I didn't saw this linkage, and then this is related, of course, with the criteria for choosing the interviewees. First, from the Italian cases, which were they? They were operating in some industrial districts or in some sectors. They were large companies, they were small companies, there were these services, consultancy services related with Industry 4.0 or not. And then you mentioned also interviews in other countries. No, I don't remember, Germany, France, I don't remember if UK or Netherlands, but why these countries? And there was a choice for doing that in those countries. Then it was the aim to compare the forms of these institutions between these different countries, how they operate in different national frameworks, and if so, what findings did you achieve with that? Are there differences? The cultural and cognitive dimensions were more important, or the normative ones, or the regulative differences of countries, or not? This was not, well, at least not very clear in the presentation. Perhaps you can explain a little bit more. On the presentation of Diane, well, sometimes it was confusing because you were saying IA, but it was artificial intelligence, then AI. Yes. The French and the, okay. Now just if it was another definition, then I was lost in translation. No, okay, but then it's, but it was as well quite interesting, but it was also the same focus is, or which AI projects are we speaking about? You know, sometimes you jump into health sector or to some service sector, and then we also, at least I also got lost. Then which were the cases that you were focusing? Is on Industry 4.0, which is completely different from health
institutions, from financial institutions, especially in principle, it should be different. The activity of these intermediary institutions to promote AI for industry is not the same for and there are lots of confusion. Usually there is some idea that we are talking about artificial intelligence as the same type as big data or other type of analysis that can be done, or for more specifically for industry applications. And then which were the type of sectors that were focused this study, or the policies, the regional, provincial support systems that were done in the Quebec case. It is wide support system for AI or for Industry 4.0. This was not very clear. For example, this audit, the audit program for Industry 4.0 is for industrial applications, or it is all, yeah. Because it is quite different. You know, one thing is the developments or the clustering in the metal sector, or in the food industry, or and the other one is more related with big data analytics for health sector, for example. Then this is the questions that I would like to have more information.
Okay, thank you. No.
Well, I mean, very short question.
Very short answer. Your question. Okay. Your question. Fantastic. I was waiting for your question, in fact.
Different countries and different regions. As you know, in this field, almost in everything, but Tuscany is very different from Emilia-Romagna. And the institution you mentioned are very different. So just something on this, it was the question by and then something also. You mentioned AI, and you mentioned Industry 4.0. In my view, the problems are quite different if you are implementing some key enabling technologies, or different types of artificial intelligence. That's all.
Well, I try to keep very short my answers. I start by your question. It's a crucial question when you make qualitative research. You cannot rely on only on the description on the self-description of the role. This is the reason why I was mentioning that we started with a set of interviews, and I will explain how we select them. And then we had a small sampling of other interviews because we needed to have the other part. If an intermediary said, we are very active in promoting something with SMEs, we needed to have to contextualize their importance, okay? And also the relative importance of the various roles they were mentioning. So the complexity of this kind of empirical analysis derives exactly by the fact that you can't simply state what they say is has exactly the same importance for all the dimensions they state. And this brings me to the selection of the interviewees in the sense that, and the countries. in the sense that we didn't start from Italy for the simple reason that this project was not an Italian-funded project, so we had to start from UK because it was funded from British Academy in Leverhulme, so we couldn't state we'll interview intermediaries in Italy. We started saying we'll interview intermediaries in UK. So we started with UK, and then we started with UK with a focus on digital transformation. Why? Because in our previous experience, we had a specific focus, as Giovanni was reminding us, on innovation intermediaries playing a role in innovation policies at regional level, in manufacturing and services, mainly. But now we focus on the emergence of a new incredible transition that was encompassing different dimensions of intervention for SMEs, but also for large companies. And let me start with the example from which we started. That was a digital catapult in UK. And the digital catapult was exactly in the between of SMEs, in the sense of SMEs providers of competencies on the digital transition and large companies. British Petroleum, for example, they started an incredible project only just to test what could be becoming an actor in that field. They started a project on optimization of control over the gas container all over the country. They had no fancy idea of how many, where they were, how could optimize that, because it was not their business. It was a business of the service company. But reducing the cost by optimizing the service, it could become an incredible business, even for British Petroleum. So we started analyzing that specific role of intermediation, looking at the actions they performed over the months and the process and the steps they were implementing to get the result. So the point is that the complexity of understanding the role is exactly to set in the context the role. Then we moved to France, because it was very easy to embark a fund from Neoma, and a colleague of us allowed us to interview intermediary organizations in France. Why? Because they have the pôle de compétitivité as a national policy. So we were moving to analyze as a comparison between a national policy that were the catapult in UK, and in particular the digital catapult model, and the model of the pôle compétitivité in France, with a specific account on the digital transition, so how they were using innovation intermediaries. Then we move to Italy, and to Italy we skip completely Tuscany, because we perfectly knew Tuscany, so we need fresh knowledge, and we address the region, Emilia-Romagna region, who was at the time running the digital hub, the digital cluster at the national level. So we were interested in knowing how Italy was building at the national level a policy on digital transition. I do not comment on the result. How we can evaluate their impact? That's an important story. And an important story that is related, I think, that everybody who works on networks knows that you cannot simply count the effect, but you have to analyze how the context has been mobilized and changed by the actions of the intermediation. And this means the additional value, we can say, the additional changes that has been introduced by their action. So it's something very complex. We have not yet started in evaluating those intermediaries. We have done in the past in other conditions. Last, why they are important for AI, for digital transition. Because of what was saying Diane, when she was saying they were not aware of artificial intelligence, but when ChatGPT entered, they said, well, perhaps it's something that we have to consider. So the point is that SMEs, but also large companies, were not yet prepared in the countries that we were analyzing to start the entering in that transition. So to some extent, they were not playing the role as normally public intermediaries play, so to reduce the risk or a market failure, but to create a mindset and to create markets in some cases. So they were absolutely different from any other innovation intermediaries that we had analyzed previously.
Okay, yeah. For the intermediary organizations, I think they might overestimate their role when they are asking for money from the government, for example. However, I guess probably because we have been working with them for quite some time, they don't, with us and in the interviews, they definitely don't overestimate, actually almost the contrary. They're very conscious of the difficulties that they have. If I'm thinking particularly of the digital cluster, we're working with them and we're going to be working in coming years because they find that companies are not seeing what's coming, not only in terms of Industry 4.0, but also with AI, because they have to get into that. So I think there's kind of really two levels. I would say the intermediary organizations are kind of the meta level, and the others that we were interviewing, and this is partly response, are actually more experts, consultants who are working with firms in industry. I probably went much too fast on I cut the methodological because, yeah, we had to kind of sprint. It was, you know, when you do sprint design kind of thing, I felt that's what we were doing. So I cut a bit on that methodology, but yeah, we're not working with neither health or finance directly. However, as we were interviewing experts, consultants, some of them doing training, they also refer to these sectors, and they are saying to us, and actually they use even these examples to say to a small, for example, small fintech company, a small biotech, any industry company who now is looking at AI as if it's going to be a great solution to the labor shortage. And so they have to kind of make them conscious of the risks, the images and things like that. So clearly, yeah, we are working with industry experts and intermediary organizations.
Okay. Okay, so we can move to... Thanks. We can move to the other presentations, okay? Is it? No, I know, you don't, I don't know, I mean, I don't know where. So, is Ana Cunho here? Of course you can.
Allow me to come back to the question of different countries. Okay. There was no real answer.
Yeah, allow me to come back to the question for different countries. I think that's a very important point, and especially because of your institution's theoretical approach, you can't avoid a comparative perspective. I need not to refer to the varieties of capitalism, etc., but there are huge differences between France, Germany, etc., especially concerning public-financed intermediaries. That's a very important point, I think, to find the development. And then another question linked to this, is this a new phenomenon? I remember we already analyzed intermediaries in the 90s when IT systems diffused, etc., Is this a new issue? And if yes, then what's new? That, I think, is, for me, at least important. Thank you.
Another question.
Just a quick one, because since it's related with Industry 4.0, I wonder why didn't you interview the Digital Innovation Hub, which is a digital European policy and national policy to promote the digital industry 4.0?
I start from the last question. We didn't do that because the project was really at end. And the Digital Hub, when we started, was in the mind of the policymakers, but nothing concrete. And in fact, when we started the interviews in Italy, they were designing something with regard to Italy that was more inspired to Germany than to a European policy. So that was something that it is now becoming more clear. I remember that, for example, we had this idea that in Italy there will be funded several digital hubs, but it lasted years to become something that was operative, really. So this is the reason why we didn't capture. Now, Hartmut, you are completely right on the two sides, on the two questions. One is the cross-country comparison is something that is critical because of the institutional settings. This is the reason why we were very careful in comparing innovation intermediaries that to some extent were comparable in the policy setting in which they were set. And for all the others, the private intermediaries, okay, they were what they are, aware that they were operating not only in national context, sometimes in international context. But the selection of the intermediaries in UK and France was determined that, and they have, I agree with you, they have completely different institutional settings, but they were emerging from national policies. There was a national program to define specific targets through the action of those intermediaries. And to some extent, they were comparable. So, what was critical for us was when we moved on the business models of them, and because to some extent there some differences appeared in the sense that for the British model they were simply funded whatever they needed. They had to start. UK was feeling to stay behind of Germany, of France, of everybody. Okay, so they open whatever you need, it will be done. You need 10 times, you will be given 10 times. You will not be evaluated because evaluation of their impact, of your impact, is something that requires due time. Be sure that your action is being set. On the contrary, in France, we had a very, very strict model of funding the innovation intermediaries because they had a long experience with the pole of competitivity and no open budget. They had to be focused. We didn't do the evaluation because they did the evaluation in France, and we analyzed their strict evaluation that was selecting further funding according to the rules they had defined for reaching the results. And some of them didn't reach the result, so they received less funding. They were not cut and closed, but they had to be strict. So in Germany, it was different because it was lighter. Our interviews to Germany was just a few examples and few experts in the field, as well as in Italy. So when I say we are not prepared for a cross-country, cross-institutional setting, I'm saying that looking at some common conditions for selecting the intermediaries, we were able to find some elements that were obviously playing a different importance in the different countries because of the different context. But it's a long journey to make a cross-country comparison because not only you need to have a clear idea of how make the countries comparison, but you need to find out the relevant intermediaries to be compared. And so I finish with this idea of what's new. What's new? Well, I started studying the innovation intermediaries in the early 2000s as Diane was starting, because we start, as Diane, as I understand from her research, we start from the field of studying innovation in systems, and the innovation systems. So innovation intermediaries in our research became an important part, one of the important actors. What is new now? That there is an institutionalization of their role. When I first started studying innovation intermediaries in Italy, it was an experiment in European policies. in the sense that EU policies could account for regional policies, a share of funds that were specifically devoted to the implementation of novelties in policies. So they decided to start with the novel policy, which was that policy a network policy. And in their network policy, they were starting the formalization of innovation intermediaries that in Italy was started well before, because in the 80s, we had service centers that were exactly, they were exactly. So they become a key point of the national and European policies. Think of the digital hub that are now institutionalized. So things are changed. So what's new? The fact that they become a pillar of the policy. It were not a pillar. They were experiments, and in our regions, they were a quite important experiment. So change of the plan, because we have only smaller now. If Annalisa is not here?
Well, no, as far as I know, she is not here. So we have a little more time. And please. Say something about the authors.
Yes. Okay, good morning everyone. I'm Simona Ciaccari. I'm a postdoc researcher in regional and urban economics at Polytechnic University of Milan. But this work is part of my PhD thesis that I conducted at the University of Trento in Florence, and is a conjoint work together with Annalisa CALOFFI from the University of Florence that unfortunately cannot be here this morning. That was my supervisor. I think the topic of this presentation is a bit different from the one of the previous presentation, because we focus on knowledge-intensive business services. So we focus not only on intermediaries. So the title is Mapping the Diffusion of 4.0 Technology, Web-Based Evidence from Italian TKIPs. So the aim of this study, the goal was our idea was to examine the diffusion of 4.0 technology, so with no regard of the application domain. So we are not looking at 4.0 technology for manufacturing from an application-oriented perspective, because there are a lot of articles that look at the geographical diffusion of this technology, but they are focused on patents and on R&D. To this end, we focused on Italian knowledge-intensive business services, and based on the information that they published on their websites, we identified those that are involved in the provision of 4.0 technology. Once identified, we sought to understand what are the characteristics of the technological keeps involved in 4.0 transformations, what are the contextual factors that influence the diffusion, and whether and to what extent the patterns of diffusion of the selected technology differ from each other. So we focus on KIPs that are a service subsector, and in particular on technology KIPs, so those that are specialized in technology-related services, and among them we focus on a subset that are specialized in the provision of ICT services. Why we focus on technological KIPs? Because information and communication technology are the backbone of 4.0 technologies. Technological knowledge-intensive business services, especially those specialized in ICT, are at the center of this 4.0 transformation, both as producer of new technological solutions, but also as facilitator and adapters of this new technological solution to to different business contexts, and also as service providers. Literature on territorial servitization have stressed the importance of this type of organization, especially in supporting the transition of co-located manufacturing firms, while other contributions have stressed the knowledge generation function of KIPs, especially in urban innovation systems. Why we choose to work with the web data? As I said before, we were interested in more, let's say, application-oriented perspective. And but it is quite challenging. So R&D and patent-based indicators, they are measures of innovation generation. So, but they do not provide many insight into the diffusion dynamics. There are alternative sources, but they lack in the geographical scope. So, and also, for example, surveys or qualitative interviews, sometimes they have a limited sample size. Big data, on the contrary, well, there are different types of big data. There are those that come from intentional actions. So, for example, information published on corporate websites, on blogs, on social media, and those generated by unintended actions. So, for example, the digital footprint of activity that is stored in cookies or captured by sensors. We focus on the first category, so intentional actions. Why? Because data that are data from website can provide really real-time information about new products, new services, and collaboration with other companies that are not captured by R&D and patent-based research. How we identified 4.0 TKIPs. So first we built a database encompassing all the Italian TKIPs that have an ACE code associated with the provision of ICT services. So, and these are the ACE code that we included. And we are talking about 120,000 firms. For each 4.0 technology, we identified in the literature and in the industrial and policy debate, we selected a set of keywords. And this was a quite challenging task because other previous articles focused on patents. They selected a very technical vocabulary, but when we could not use technical keywords, so we had to, we use very marketing and sales vocabulary because the website of the firm do not use very specific keywords. These are the technologies that we included. So for example, in case of extended reality, these are the keywords, the Italian and the English keywords that we adopted. Then we discussed and we reviewed the selected keywords with an industry expert, and then we searched, we used the Atoka database, that is a platform developed by Spaziodati, and we searched from the presence of the selected keywords in the website of the Italian TKIPs. And so for each technology, we obtain a list of the firms that mention this technology in their website. We are aware of the limit of this approach, but unfortunately, we could not get the full text of the website, so it was quite impossible. To avoid inflated results, we launched the query twice, 1 month apart, and we eliminated those firms that were not included in both queries. This because sometimes the keywords can appear in temporary section of the website, such as the news section. Okay, so we built this database. So in this database, we have all the Italian TKIPs. Among them, only 33,000 have a website. And among these, only 9,000 can be classified as 4.0 TKIPs, so a very small percentage. The database included information coming from the website, of course, on the technology, the firm's location, the NACE code, the fact that the firm is an innovative startup or an academic spin-off, the revenue of the firm, the size of the firm, the age, and the export behavior of the firm. And then we added also some territorial information that are related to the province in which the firm is located, because we believe that the diffusion of these technologies is not only a firm level, let's say, not only on firm level characteristics, but also on territorial ones. Oh, sorry. Okay, in terms of results, these are some descriptive results. So in the table on your left, you see the number of firms that mention each of the selected technologies. Automation and robotics, we we did not refer only to industrial automation, so it's a broader, let's say, concept. So we included all the, let's say, technologies that can automate, let's say, a task. So that's why, let's say, this is on top of this table. And then on the right, you see the number of technologies for websites, so how many firms mention how many technologies.
Excuse me, may I have just a clarification
Yes.
question? What do you mean by digital twin?
Digital twin is really those firms that we search for this technology that replicate, you know, the digital reality, and that, yeah. Yes. Yeah, but it's quite advanced, so that's why we have very few firms that develop this kind of technologies. Okay, these are the location quotients of the TKIPs and the location quotient of the 4.0 TKIPs at NAT3 level. So there are some differences in the patterns, so it means that probably this specific subset of TKIPs follow different location patterns. Okay, in terms of econometric approach, we basically estimated the probability of mentioning a 4.0 technology, and to do so we applied a probed model with sample selection. Why? Because of course the probability to mention a technology depends on the probability to have a website, of having a website. So in the selection equation we modeled the probability of having a website, and this is the result of firm level variables. And then in the outcome equation, we modeled the probability of mentioning a 4.0 technology in the website. And in the outcome equation, the independent variables are both firm level variables and territorial level variables. For non-Italian people here, innovative startups is just a sort of legal status. So, and new companies that meet certain requirements can, let's say, obtain the label, to be labeled as innovative if they meet some requirements. For example, they have a certain number of PhD in their company and so on. The degree of so in terms of territorial variables, we have we check whether the province is a metropolitan province. The degree of districtualization is sort of weight of the of industrial district in the province, because of course in the past industrial district has been relevant in the economic development of our country, but we wonder whether they are still relevant also in these processes. Then just one clarification on the percentage of 4.0 manufacturers. This is a variable that we built using web data. So basically we run the same query, but this time we search for these keywords in the website of manufacturing firms. Okay, in terms of model, so we run three, let's say, general models. So the specification, these models have the same specification, but in model A, we wonder what factor affect the probability of mentioning at least one 4.0 technology. In model B, we restricted our analysis to those TKIPs whose age is below the mean. In model C, we look at those TKIPs that mention at least six 4.0 technologies. So we try to, let's say, identify the multi-technology providers. Okay, in terms of result, this is the result of the selection equation. So the probability of having a website is positively affected by the firm size, the firm's probability, firm's age, and being an exporter, being a startup, or an academic spin-off. This is, let's say, there is nothing new here. If we look at the result of the outcome equation in model A, so the probability of mentioning at least one 4.0 technology. We see that 4.0 TKIPs are mainly associated with the NACE code 58.2 and 62, that size and profitability affect the probability of mentioning one of these technologies. Being an innovative startup is negatively affect our dependent variable. This might sound surprising, but is in line with other studies that suggest that innovative startups in Italy do not have really a digital behavior. Academic spin-off seems to be involved in 4.0 transformations, and looking at the territorial variables, we see that collocation with 4.0 manufacturers is the only variable that is significant. So it seems that the diffusion of knowledge-intensive business services that deal with 4.0 technology is mainly driven by the demand side. In Model B, we focused on those TKIPs whose age is below the mean, and the only difference that they are more likely to be located in industrial districts, so probably in those industrial districts where there is a, let's say, that are more competitive and where there is demand for these technologies. While if we look at those TKIPs that mention at least 6 4.0 technology, we see that the main difference that they are more likely to be located in metropolitan provinces, and probably because they require different competencies, so they can find this wide set of competencies still in urban areas. I don't know why. Okay. In the second part of our analysis, we wonder whether and to what extent the pattern of diffusion of the single technologies differ from each other. So we run the same model, but with this time we model the probability of mention the following technology separately. So cloud computing, these are the technology we examine. So cloud computing, IoT, machine learning, big data, blockchain, cybersecurity, additive manufacturing, and extended reality. So here I reported the result of the outcome equation and only some selected variables, so those that are more heterogeneous. And as you can see, there are some differences. So also in terms of company profile, so the role of innovative startup, for some technologies, the variable is significant and positive, especially for machine learning and blockchain. This might be due to the fact that these are less mature technologies, so compared to the others. And also the territorial variables affect in a different way the diffusion of these technologies. For example, there are technologies that are more likely to let's say, take advantages from being located in urban areas, so big data and blockchain, but also cybersecurity and extended reality. Also the role of the demand coming from co-located manufacturing firms is not, let's say, significant for all the technologies. So what are the main take-home messages? So we know in all the models suggest that the size and the profitability of the firms positively affect the probability of offering 4.0 technologies, that in general the main territorial effect comes from demand from co-located manufacturing firms, and this is in line with other results coming from territorial servitization literature. In terms of context factor, we can see that there are some technology for which proximity to 4.0 manufacturing is relevant, while others rely more on the resources and the advantages they can find in large urban center. To be honest, we think that this is a very central result of our research, but we are still working on this bullet point because we need to really reinforce the theoretical implication of this. So we are digging into the literature of these single technologies, and we are trying to understand why we have these results. And also the engagement of new organization is quite heterogeneous. As I said before, it can reflect the level of maturity of the technologies. In terms of the role of university, we can see that they mainly contribute to the formation of 4.0 TKIPs, mainly by channeling resources and knowledge into spin-off, because the role of STEM, the percentage of STEM students was not so relevant. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention, and any comments or feedback is more than welcome.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Here was what I didn't find so problematic. No, you were describing a reality and with an application of methodology. I found it consistent in the sense that you try to follow precise keywords and to collect the information about these type of companies, where they are acting and doing what. I don't have so much questions. Then I tried to find some. There was a mapping that you had there. I think 3-4 slides before the last one. More. The next one. No, you are
sorry.
To the end, closer to the end. Where more? It's only the next one.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here is the one that I found more, somehow some more curiosity to see if at the left side you have the type of companies, no? Those that are acting more in the manufacturing 4.0 activities, or they are spin-offs, or they are startups, and so forth. And then which are the technologies that they are dealing with?
No, this is these are the variables of the regressions. Yeah. Okay, these are the technologies of the.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but in the sense that, for example, manufacturing 4.0, this variable is more related with, as far as we know, the technologies that are more relevant for this kind of industry 4.0 case. This means, of course, cloud computing is more or less a general one, but Internet of Things, machine learning, then blockchain. Well, the additive manufacturing, it's not a surprise. Well, yesterday we had also a discussion about additive manufacturing. Of course, they are mostly developed by expert companies, small-sized companies, most of them spin-off companies, of course, that are providing services for larger companies. And there it comes up with this as well, this situation. That this would be of course, you say the title is the outcome equations, is the map that more clearly reveals this connection between the variables related with the type of companies and the technologies that they can or that can be used. in this sense, it is a good, I found a good proposal when we are discussing about this, what is Industry 4.0 technologies and which type of companies are involved with such technologies. And this, yeah, you provide this empirically, and yeah, I find it important. But I didn't found questions to disagree with you. It's a good map, it's useful, and yeah, it's quite helpful, I would say. I didn't found disagreements on these. Yeah, basically it's decent, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can just add a couple of small points, maybe also to this slide. I found it very interesting that manufacturing 4.0 is not very strongly related to big data. I think this is something, I think it's often as a misperception, and this is interesting evidence for what I also know from qualitative research, maybe just as a comment. I think two questions, I think just two things I've not understood quite well. So in the beginning you say that a problem with looking at patents and R&D spending is that it does not give insights into technology diffusion. So can you say a bit, can you elaborate a bit more on what's the strengths of what you're showing that focuses on this, technology diffusion? And connected to that, you say one of the important findings you had is that that co-location is a very important, characteristics of how these technologies are mentioned by companies, and this is, so you conclude that this is driven by the demand. So how do you measure this? How can you derive at this co-location argument you make?
Well, okay.
I would ask you if you really can say something with this database on what is called the digital maturity of firms in Italy. I mean, if you look at what Istat tried to do a few years ago, their attention was on the use of different technologies together. And to some extent, this allowed Istat to say something about the maturity of firms, digital maturity of firms in different areas. And in a sense, the same has been done by Unimore, no? The study by Unimore was an attempt to measure at the firm level in much more detail the connection between different technologies studied together with the firm functions. I mean, from the organization of processes mainly. So can you say something in this respect, starting from a TOCA database?
I'm thinking about it.
No.
Well, let me start. Okay. Another one.
No. No one can skip my...
Starting when I say it's an amazing work, and you know that I'm really interested in this stuff, and I'm really excited about that use an industrial district variable, because I'm working on industrial district. But what is exactly the definition of industrial district? Province? Because this is an important question. And also, can you go back to the map? this is interesting because you can see that there is a great cluster in
You mean the northeast?
the northeast and the northwest near Turin. Probably this is a Fiat stuff. And other way around, there is a great cluster in Milan and Rome, I think.
Well, in Rome you have, I think that Rome is an example of the opposite. You have a lot of T-keeps, but you have less 4.0 T-keeps.
Yes.
While the other one is Pisa, which makes sense.
The other one
because in Pisa we have an IT, they are
Yes.
specialized in ICT, so they
And Vicenza and so on that are the other. Okay, no, this is just a curiosity. I do not have any question about the map. I want to see the map really close. My question was about the operationalization of industrial districts. Okay.
Okay.
Because actually it was a great work, but it was not, I didn't understand quite well, and if you could elaborate a little bit better in line with what Lea asked you. So you begin with the providers. How do you...
You begin with, sorry?
The providers.
Yes.
So what are the assumptions, or what, I didn't quite understand how you conclude the diffusion to the end users?
No, indeed, it's a diffusion from the supply side. So, but since these are business services tend to, there are some main location patterns of business services, so they are mainly affected by urban economies, by the demand coming from the others sector that are co-located. And so let's say that we have this, yeah, this is the outcome equation. These are the manufacturer 4.0 are the percentage, the number of manufacturing firms co-located in the same province that talk about this technology in their website. So this is why I'm talking about co-location. Now, it is unclear, and in this way I think I'm replying also to you, what is the, let's say, we don't know what is the trigger. So is it this is the, let's say, never-ending question. No one has the final answer. So, but are the keys that are, you know, pushing for the development of this technology, or is the demand that creates these new firms? This is something we cannot say. The only thing is that in Model B we have that new T-keeps, new 4.0 T-keeps, so those whose age is below the mean are more likely to be located in industrial districts. Now, in industrial districts, you have like the demand for this technology. This is why we can suppose that there is this demand push, that these new keeps are the results of the demand from the manufacturing sectors. But I don't know if this is a...
Kind of feedback that we don't know how to model it.
Yeah, it's speculative. We don't have like a sort of...
That's it?
Yes, maybe I can reply to the other question privately. Thank you.
So that's all.
We have lunch. Simona, ho più domande, ma non le ho senso tutte adesso. A partire dalla prima box della discussione di Antonio. Nel senso che adesso la presentazione non si poteva andare oltre, però è abbastanza
research you did in the sector you are presenting, you have already published this research?
No, not yet.
So you can be interested in case of...
Absolutely. I'm still, well, it is still maybe working progress. Hopefully, I'm towards the end. At the moment, I'm writing my personal thesis, which is, it has been very complicated with COVID and everything, the type of collection. So I'm a bit, everything was tedious, so now I have a lot of pressure to write the thesis. But no, I'm definitely.
Okay, no, because tomorrow we will. Okay.
No, I know there is a section publishing this.
So I think that now we can start. As you know, this panel is related to the workers' voice, trade unions and labor perspective in Industry 4.0. We have the two lucky circumstances. We have only two presenters instead of three, so we have more time for them to explain what they did and more time for discussion. Second, the two presenters, they are presenting research, field research. So this is particularly interesting to be discussed. Have you any preference on the order? So, first Scarano. So we have one from Scarano and one from Artale. Scarano is dealing with the problem of small and medium enterprises in Veneto. As probably not to, you all know that Veneto is a region with a lot of small and medium enterprises. So research in this sector is interesting, not as something very special, but as a general introduction to the situation in Veneto. And of course, it is related to what happened when Industry 4.0 was introduced. The other is also in a specific sector that is aeronautical sector, and so it is something that is different from what normally we discuss. General mechanics or that kind of thing is a very specific sector with a very high degree of technology and so on. So I think that is something interesting too. So please, Scarano. The rules. First, I will allow 5 minutes more for each because we have only two people. So it means 20 minutes. When there are 5 minutes, I will give you this one, the yellow card. And okay, so for the discussant, the same. Instead of 12, 15. The same rule. Then the general discussion. Okay, please start.
Thank you, Director. So just to charge. Oh,
because you can use your. Thank you. Sorry. Okay.
can you hear me? Yeah. I guess so. So thank you to be here. So my name is Gianluca Scarano, and I'm a researcher from the University of Turin. With other colleagues from the University of Turin, we are involved in local economic development, local economic system of innovation, and so this is not just our interest is not just with unions, but as we are involved in labor processes, of course, we need to to talk about unions and technological change. So, as the director said before, we are very interested in the context of small and medium enterprises. In particular, this is a former work I did with the Ca' Foscari University of Venice, and it was part of a main project dealing with Industry 4.0 in Veneto region. This paper is available, if you ask me. It has been recently published on Sociologia del Lavoro. So, first question, just to start our discussion. So, why we need to talk about unions and Industry 4.0 in the context of small and medium enterprises? So, our main research question deals with the potential reconfiguration of productive spaces of firms induced by new technologies. And the idea is that this reconfiguration may lead to greater ambiguity from the perspective of negotiation with the unions, so between firms and union, management and union. Concerning, in particular, small and medium enterprises, it is important to say that these contexts are already characterized by some organizational complexity for unions. This complexity is due to scarcity of resources, lack of expertise, limited strategic planning by management, and of course the presence of a highly involved ownership in daily operations. Concerning instead unions, the relationship between unions and technological change, the recent debate has been rich of contributions starting from the most famous one by Frey and Osborne, saying that unions are, in some sense, in a necessary relation. They are against technological change. Why? Basically because technological change may lead towards an uprising of unemployment. We go in a former literature, so trying to overcome this kind of view, presenting unions as generally not opposed to technological change, basically because of the potential benefits to productivities and, as a consequence, opportunity for wage increases. In particular, concerning the recent work of dealing with unions and technological change, I want to cite this survey by Voss and Reed in 2018, and these two researchers aimed at collecting evaluation and experiences regarding issues related to the introduction of new technologies in the workplaces. What did they find is that Italian unions are indicated as weak in the knowledge of public policies on digitalization, and as well they are weak in the knowledge of the expected consequences from digitalization. This is an argument that we will find later on in the findings. So, second question, in order to introduce the context of the field work research, why the Veneto context? As the director said before, this region is characterized by an historical tradition of limited firm size. This has been for a long time a crucial feature in describing the local economic structure of this territory. At the same time, we know by previous research that this territory is characterized by a good level of union density, even in the context of small and medium enterprises. So, in an intuitive way, this context can facilitate the analysis of the relationship between unions and technological change in limited firm size context. And going towards the methodology, this work has been conducted by means of a qualitative methodology based on semi-structured interviews. These interviews were conducted between 2018 and 2019. They were addressed towards local union officials and the so-called RSU delegates, so rappresentanti sindacali unitari based on Law 300 and 1970. The idea was that not in the whole context of small and medium enterprises, it's possible for the unions to realize RSU delegates. This might be particularly complex to explain to people from abroad. And in this context of limited firm size, it is important to talk with the territorial representatives because they are directly involved in the representation of workers in small and medium enterprises. The criteria for the selection of firms were basically two: having participated in the Industry 4.0 plan and having a firm size of less than 250 employees. The firm sectors deal with the general metalworking section, so the union, the representatives interviewed, they came from metalworking unions, and almost the total of the representatives interviewed, they came from the FIO organization. You can read here the codes by so-called ATECO codes, so classification of economic activities, which is used in Italy. The limited number of interviews that have been developed, this not allows us to generalize this kind of work because there is a small scale in some sense, but this might be interesting to instruct, let's say, this is not neither a case study, but this might be interesting to instruct further research concerning this context. And in my research group, we are still involved in that. I choose to adopt this kind of framework taken from the concept of Industry 4.0 readiness in small and medium enterprises by these scholars, Stentoft and colleagues. They developed this framework in 2020, and this basically based on 3 dimensions: the level of adaptation of firms with respect to changes from the external environment, the level of skills by employees, and the attitude and type of support received from management and ownership. So I thought that these dimensions might be interesting in explaining the role of unions towards technological change. So despite the fact that these 3 dimensions are interconnected, intertwined in some sense. So I will start from the level of adaptation of firms, and in each of these slides, these and the subsequent slides showing in some sense the findings of the work, there are some quotes. They are still reported in Italian language for methodological reasons. General finding: a widespread awareness that negotiating capacity can be weakened by the fragmentation of productive networks, where leading firms can impose certain changes and reduce negotiating space at the small and medium enterprise level. What does it mean? It means that these small and medium enterprises are involved in very dense network but they, in some sense, do not have the strengths necessary to introduce technologies. They are involved in these networks in which there is a greater leading firms which impose technology in some sense. What is the consequence from the point of view of the negotiation? That the unions are aware about the need to reshape the perimeter of the negotiation. And this can be translated in the view of the subjects interviewed as an opportunity to revitalize the second level bargaining. What is the main limitation of this knowledge is that, as already the two scholars, Voss and Reed, showed, there is limited knowledge about the object of negotiation. How can we contract technology in some sense? There is this, in the media debate, this argumentation about the limited knowledge about the algorithm, how we can contract the algorithm. What they showed is that there is more a general fear of increased workloads. So unions show a kind of, there is more consideration about the quantity rather than the quality of work due to this fear of increased workloads. This is something that is consistent with previous work, in particular by Gaddi. Concerning the level of skills by employees and the role of unions concerning the technological innovation front in this dimension, I used these three layers to explain that: digital literacy, soft skills, and hard skills. What is digital literacy, and in some sense, why digital literacy? Because in some sense, unions representatives seem to offer a kind of informal technical intermediary role. Why? To obtain minimal accessories, short courses about the usage of the personal computer, for example, to provide elementary training to comply with new modes of communication and tools. This is not something that is related, strictly related to Industry 4.0, but in some sense this is part of the story. In this quote, for example, there is this representative who is talking about something in which they are implied concerning the payroll, the management of payroll of workers. And they do not have any formal role, any formal implication to do that. This is something that generally comes up and nothing more. What is the difference between soft skills and hard skills in this kind of context, in this kind of dimension? How much time? Perfect. Soft skills implies the worker's propensity to modify work performance with a fair degree of flexibility as a result of unforeseen changes in the productive environment. This is something that might be viewed as consistent with some debate of Industry 4.0 requiring flexibility by the workers, flexibility to adapt to unforeseen changes. And this is something which is emphasized by union representatives as part of the local economic feature of the Veneto region. In this quote, there was a representative who was talking about a hole, an unforeseen hole generated in his work process, and he said that there was too much time to call for the quality check to fix that. So he was directly involved in that, overcoming the formal procedure, because in some sense he took charge of the objective of the production in his person. So I need to produce that, I need to go for the result. Concerning hard skills, we need to say, first of all, that training continues to be carried out in a shadowing logic. So I am a new worker and I need to follow a more expert worker, and approximately in 2 weeks I will be ready in my daily operation. What is more interesting concerning this kind of view according to technological change is that there is a kind of awareness of a trade-off between work time and training time, such that the amount of hours to be devoted to the latter is expected to be detrimental to the former. So if I'm on training, I will lose time for work, because in this view, I need to be trained by a more expert worker and nothing more. The time spent in other places to learn is something that brings me in another context and not on my workplace. This is something that is interestingly shared by management, both by the management and the employees. This is not something which is which puts the workers at the opposite of the management view. Going towards the conclusion, what is the finding, what comes out from the attitude and type of support from the management? We already said before that there is a limited knowledge from the side of the workers concerning the object of technology. So what is needed to be contracted? Perfect. This is mirrored by the limited knowledge on the side of the management. According to what? According to an equally poor planning tendency. So the benefits from Industry 4.0 are prioritized by the management in terms of short-term economic profitability and nothing more. We already knew about this economic context, that there is an important role of trust relationships between ownership and employees. This is a recurrent feature in the small and medium enterprises in Italy in general, and in particular in Veneto. And what is more important that comes out from this fieldwork is that the union-employer relations are often characterized by a lack of transparency and limited involvement in business decision. This might not be surprising for some other viewers of that. Just to conclude, recalling our the first dimension, there is a widespread awareness of strategies for adapting existing processes within firms, and this knowledge is linked to the future of negotiating strategies. There are many expectations put on new models, some sense of second-level bargaining, moving from a firm-based logic to a kind of supply chain or site-based logic. These informal technical intermediaries role by unions representatives puts the union in a position of greater awareness with respect to employees' training needs. So it should not be under-evaluated. And at the same time, concerning hard-skill training, in the lack of alternatives and progress in formal training, the logic of shadowing may remain a viable option if it is institutionalized in more evolved forms and possibly in agreement with the union. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it's your turn. Please come here, please. You guys finish, or you can go back to the...
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Just take some. Yes, sure. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Wilco Artetale, and I am a PhD student at the University of Glasgow. I am so. What I'm going to present to today, of course, it is part of my PhD project. I would say it is still a work in progress, but hopefully advanced enough indeed to have a fruitful discussion. So. Without further ado, in a recent book and also in other recent literature, Matt Vidal and colleagues have discussed lean manufacturing and provided a sort of very useful categorization. In particular, according to him, what he calls lean enough and work intensification is the most common model of lean manufacturing. So the way it is implemented by management, which means like a very little and somehow informal involvement of employees in continuous improvement processes. There is some level of consultation, but employees are not granted with any effective decision-making authority. At the same time, though, although it is not the most common case, according to Vidal and other scholars, like in the post-Fordist labor process, there actually is the opportunity of experience for employees some substantial empowerment, and in particular through the use of technologies and through the basically since technologies are always like somehow unstable, employee experience in fixing issues is very valuable. Now, these like very similar arguments are advanced also by the proponents, so the German Academy of Engineers with regards to Industry 4.0. So. Manual operators, are going to do a job which is much more abstract, based on problem solving. But at the same time, Industry 4.0 is about data-based optimization and somehow machines self-narration to maybe machine learning and artificial intelligence processes. So there is like this sort of open question also in the engineering literature, if that means somehow the end of Kaizen in the future.
So then about the theoretical debate, in particular within critical scholars discussing, you know, within the labor process theory debate. So a quite heated, I would say, debate between Thompson and Adler and many others is basically based on the fact that according to Adler, for instance, labor process theory is too fixated on employee autonomy. In modern production settings, we should look at collaborative interdependence. So, you know, the various relationship between different teams or between employees and, let's say, relationships across the supply chain. So, with the suppliers and with the committers. And and so it is like backward looking and outdated to consider individual employee autonomy as something still relevant. On the other hand, Thompson contests this view, and he doesn't believe that in general we are experiencing like overall increase of employee empowerment, but rather a preparation of technologies by capital tend to result in higher level of work intensity and lower level of employee discretion and autonomy. And in particular, this discretion is very important because, according to Thompson, is the precondition to complexity and to like upskilling and employee empowerment. And so, among other reasons, Adler is wrong about this is missing employee autonomy. We will see later also other reason for that. In more recent literature, looking specifically at Industry 4.0, so according to both Tollo and colleagues, although they are somehow sympathetic with Adler's view, Industry 4.0 doesn't seem to favor collaborative interdependence, since indeed the debates around it are dominated by database process control rather than valuing employee experiential knowledge on the shop floor. So the research context, so I have analyzed a major tier 1 suppliers in the aerospace sector. The company, it is a UK branch of an US multinational company. There are around 900, 1,000 employees, and like in the past, let's say 7 years, there have been some innovation, both in terms of automation, so for drilling and riveting in assembly, aircraft wings assembly operation, but also a process of digitalization, so through the introduction of manufacturing enterprise systems, discrete events, simulation models, and also wearable devices for training purpose, such as goggles. The UK aerospace industry has passed through a very significant restructuring processes since the mid-80s. So with a lot of jobs were cut. These companies have been gradually shifted towards a much more shareholder value maximization orientation, while before, they were owned by the state and there was less pressure on that. There has been, in general, a reduction in collective bargaining and of course, introduction of lean manufacturing and new technologies. According to the Made Smarter review, which is like an hybrid public-private body in the UK for the digital agenda, the aerospace sector can actually grow a lot through Industry 4.0 and can in particularly solve this somehow flat captured value added despite a significant growth of turnover. So in this project, I rejected technological determinism, and I apply somehow a theoretical lens developed by Thomson and Lazar, so which distinguish between first-order choices and second-order choices, and so it is believed that managers introduce new technologies, like the choices that they make are constrained by political economy factors and the power of powerful actors, companies at the top, and so it is important to understand how this factor influence and constrain managerial choices. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that there is no room for workers and in general, also in the development phase, to actually, exert some influence and resistance, etc. So I am in particular interested to understand, like, to what extent Industry 4.0 can favor employee autonomy and participation in the labor process. So these are the data. So I have collected a total of 36 interviews, 2/3 with within the company. I examine some managers, engineers, manual operators, but I also decided to interview external experts and union consultants by
industry expert, I also mean not just like engineers that works in the Catapult Center, which is the research institution for the implementation of new technologies, but also Industry 4.0 solution providers, so people that works in the IT. I've also analyzed company documentation, and I visited one of these Catapult center that it is actually a partner of Airco Europe, so my company.
5 minutes.
Okay, so under shareholder value, maximization, what I've found is that the main purpose is to capture live production and logistic data in order to meet market demand in real time. Automation machines are integrated with digital working interaction for open narrator, which means a progressive abandon of the paper job card. All this production data collected, it is used, or better, the project is to use them to make a so-called digital passport to each product, so to be able to show to the customer all the data, all the processes. In particular, it is very important when non-conformances are found, and so like to trace back what has been the issue. But a very relevant thing, I think, is that this digital passport is associated with enhanced employee control, because through this traceability of every process and data, you can also, of course, check so which operator was working in that moment, and basically what he or she did. Also, interestingly, the purchase of the machineries and the implementation process of them was outsourced to an integrator firm, since the company didn't have much experience with automation. So going towards the end, the last findings slides. How is work changing? So I found enhanced control and work intensification, digital work in interaction dictate the order and the narration of tasks. Open narrators are usually not allowed to program or repair the robots, which causes some frustration by open narrators, which in general find the job much easier, repetitive, and boring. At the same time, though, in particular, with regards to a new component line that has been built in the company, the technology, it is not very reliable at all, and operator experience is still very relevant. At the same time, unfortunately for workers, like in general, in the past there used to be a suggestion scheme with rewards for employees, but this system has been removed, and so now it is a very informal process in which workers are only heard if the supervisor, the direct supervisor, is interested in their opinion. Okay, I guess I don't have time to go through everything, but I just stress the last part that this in the involvement of this external integrator was not very well accepted either by both engineers and open narrators, that they feel devalued by these choices, and a lot of the things they wanted to do, they couldn't be possible. But well, like the time and cost pressure were so high that the management preferred to rely on an external supposed expert rather than invest in their own employees. So just this is the last, so the conclusion. Sorry. So I can say that Industry 4.0 is being adapted to squeeze labor and asset cost, and as well as supply chain efficiency under the control of OEM, so like Airbus or Boeing. I didn't find a rupture from lean manufacturing, but rather Industry 4.0 is used to optimize pre-existing lean practices like Six Sigma or value stream mapping. Operators still struggle for autonomy and complain about some aspect of work organization. And this sort of collaborative interdependence mentioned by Adler and other, I found it again to be very limited by either this higher reliance indeed, as we were saying before, on the database decision making rather than employee experience, but also indeed on the choice indeed to outsource the implementation process of indeed of automation and digitalization. Just to conclude, so at the same time though, there is a resistance and employee can still exert some power. Although automation somehow favor employee surveillance, I didn't find it any ranking of employees about performances or very strict surveillance measure, although in part a bit yes. And still like a sort of alliance between experienced operators and automation engineers managed to reverse some of the decision of the integrator. And through Industry 4.0, in particular in the new line, it has been possible to integrate also semi-skilled employees, which is not common in the aerospace sector. And so this can be considered like maybe a positive aspect in the context of a skill shortage. And thank you.
So we have now. Who's Max?
Worse than this.
Yeah, you can be.
Okay, thank you. I have only question for to Scarano because I think it's very interesting the object of the study because Veneto is a typical cluster in the, Italian cluster productivity characterized by not only small and medium enterprise, but also family enterprise, and family capitalism is a pillar of Italian economy. And I ask you is interested also because probably in this type of enterprise, the RSU, the trade representative, the worker unions, are the only institution in a world characterized by informal approach. Probably unions represent the only institution inside. So what the level of second bargaining system, the level of the diffusion, and if there is a sort of problem for the informal approach to the production when arriving industry 4.0, because of course there is this type of technology. The impact of this type of technology is also on the organization, and you think there is a sort of a problem based on the family approach, the informal approach to this, to the development of a new type of organization of the labor, or not. This.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentations. It was very, very interesting. So I have 2 questions for each one of you, and then 3 questions for both of you. The first question is for Scarano, and it's a little bit linked with what you just said, in the sense that what is behind SMEs? Because when we study small and medium enterprises, of course we think about the size of the firm, but we are less looking on the relationship of ownership. I remember I studied at THK, which is a supplier of the auto industry in France. It is a small and medium enterprise, but it belongs to a global conglomerate, a Japanese global conglomerate. So what are the relationships of ownership behind these small and medium enterprises? And so the question is, how do these relationships of ownership of this region with small and medium enterprises influence the adoption of 4.0 technologies, and also, of course, which is the subject of our session, the power of bargaining by employees and their organizations. The second question is for Artale. I was very interested in what you said because, of course, I immediately tried to compare it with my studies on the auto sector. Because in the auto sector, lean was first seen as a way of compensating what automation could not do, which means that it was a firm strategy in the 80s and 90s to implement lean to make workers do what the firms could not make them do by automation. So some firms even decided to take a step back in automation in order to implement more lean production methods, to increase flexibility and to make workers do what they could not do with automation. And so Industry 4.0 arrives 10 years before today, 10 years ago, and it is seen now in some firms as a way to augment lean, to find a way in which lean
and digitalization and new technologies can work together. By the way, there is a very good paper by Angelo Moro and Marica Virgilito, especially on Lean and Industry 4.0, so I'm sure you will find some insights on this. And they have this main hypothesis that Lean and digitalization go very well together, which was not the case with automation. And so the question is this possible also in the aerospace industry, which is the case in very standardized, very tailorized industries as is the auto industry, but is it the same in the aerospace industry where the work process is very different, I can imagine? You're studying a tier 1 supplier, you're not studying the assembly of planes, which is very different as the assembly of cars, but I wanted to know if the work process in the industry you're studying can be also thought in the same way. And the next question is, you use, of course, labor process theory, Thomson, and all the people that are inspired by Braverman, etc., and all these problematics of control and autonomy. But again, the problem is that I also have the same problem because I want to show that working conditions are bad and bosses are bastards. But we are sometimes too fast looking at trying to find less autonomy, more control, etc. And Thomson himself, he says that sometimes there are other strategies of responsible autonomy, etc. And so I can imagine that in another industry, which is not the auto industry, but the aerospace industry, perhaps these strategies can exist of more responsible autonomy for workers. So we have always this risk to look to confirm a hypothesis of Braverman and labor process theory. And so the three questions for both of you, excuse me if I'm very long, but it was very interesting, is first, how can trade unions respond to this situation? There is this recent paper by Valeria Pugliano that tries to use the concept of knowledge regimes by trade unions, saying that in some countries, trade unions develop knowledge regimes which are very strong, in which they develop expertise and things like that on new technologies, which allows them to intervene more directly in technological change. It is not the case in France, it is less the case in Italy, according to this paper, but I wanted to know if you observed, at least in some implicit way, this kind of knowledge regimes. And also an annex question to this one is, how can unions better intervene to better working conditions in these subjects, because the subject of the session is precisely workers' voice and trade unions. And finally, one last general question for both of you is that, of course, we agree, all of us agree here that there is not of a technological unemployment. It's a complicated reality, and we do not observe it in our fieldworks. And inversely, sometimes trade unionists see technological change as a guarantee of employment, because they see that their firm will not close, especially in sectors which are object of permanent restructuring. So did you observe this? Did you observe this other kind of relationship to technological change as a guarantee of employment? And that's it. Thank you very much.
Who will start to give an answer?
So thank you for these interesting comments and questions. I will start with what Giovanni stated about the second level bargaining. Yes, there is a lot of second level bargaining. Here there is my colleague Gianmaria, who is there in the third row.
Sorry, we have to stop at 4, so we have 30 minutes left, so if possible, 7 minutes, just to make possible for people to...
Just to say that at some point we tried to manage some data about second level bargaining, and we find out that they were data from the Ministry of Economic Development, finding that Veneto is almost the first one or the second one in Italy for the sites, first one for the sites of second level bargaining. What is the problem concerning technological change? As you know, unions are mainly involved in the negotiation of the salary cap, and there is a lot of involvement and knowledge, maybe, in concerning the so-called business welfare and recent updates in legislation concerning that. But there is no discussion concerning the future of business, mainly because the future of these small and medium businesses depends on some other businesses linked to global chain reasoning. So the main question that our interviewees came out was where we can place such kind of discussion, considering that, and this was my general consideration, they are not so much aware, they do not know so much about technological change, because there is no one who puts them in a position to better know this technology, either in consideration of the trade union organization or in consideration of the business. So no one involves these local representatives in some kind of discussion like that. I'm talking about Veneto, of course, and the places that we saw. It is a global discussion, but at the same time, technological change is seen as a guarantee of employment. I found something which was consistent with the former discussion about technological change in unions. So technological change is not something that is necessarily seen as opposite with unions because of unemployment uprising and that. So they are generally favorable to a discussion concerning technological change, but in some sense they do not know where to put this kind of discussion because of the fragmentation explanation that we made. Concerning the family informality, yes, of course, family ownership is a feature that I miss it to explain. Of course, it's part of the paper in a more deep discussion. It provides, of course, a local stability, you know that, even at social level. So it's kind of conservative, and it reflects, it mirrors some conservative attitude in the worker as well, because at some point it was like the union representative, in particular local union officials, they said, we are not attractive anymore because the worker trusts much more in the employee, in the employer, because they know each other outside the firm and they do not believe in ourselves. So my consideration, this is not part of the paper, this might be something more. In addition to contratto di filiera, is what puts the union in a condition to be more attractive for the worker. Because according to me, there was something who puts the union in a condition of less attractiveness, and at the same time, union representatives do not believe in that. They still lack representativeness, but they do not believe that they need some kind of changes in their organization. I don't know what else. And I think it's more or less all.
Thank you very much. You were very, very clear and precise. So, up to you.
Hope to be as much clear and precise, probably not. Thank you very much. No, it was a very interesting discussion, and the points you touched were very relevant, and I will be actually happy to discuss even later about your findings in the automotive. Well, in my case, so the company I analyze, so there is a high unionization rate. They even have a 10 years collective agreement that it is not particularly common, especially in the UK. And so, in terms of salary and overall terms and condition, we are talking about certainly a privileged context. Also, in terms of the relationship between management and workers, let's say again, within a privileged context, there has been still some, I found some elements of, how to say, of things getting worse. So the shop floor workers I interviewed were also junior rep. They stressed a lot that there is this division between us and them, that there's the lack of trust. They don't listen to us, or they listen to us only when, let's say, they need to, but it is still within the hands of the management, which I guess it is in part the responsible autonomy that you mentioned. Yeah, there are multifunctional teams when they need to discuss issues. But again, as I mentioned before, there used to be a sort of formal system with even rewards for employees, but that has been removed. And as a union, they all said that we don't negotiate on technology, we don't negotiate on trainings. And again, I found a lot of, as also in the other presentation, this contrast between trainings and working time. So this pressure to reduce the trainings. Employees, like when the automation machineries were introduced, some employees were trained first, again, with some sort of minimum training, and then they were asked to teach to their colleagues, so they even had this extra pressure, this extra challenge on that I think somehow still it is a form of intensification. I also have evidence of workers complaining of the fact that like the supervisor, and they mostly complain about the middle management, not the higher up management, but the middle management exerting pressure even to carry out tasks that in theory they're not supposed to carry out. In the aerospace sector is a very, like the regulation are very strict. You need to have a certain qualification to do that specific task. And then again, the union and like the work council, they resist to that, and they have the strength to say, no, you cannot ask that guy to do that. And in general, they always solve this issue. But and also in terms of the guarantee of employment, I even had interviews with a representative at And I mean, they strongly believe that Industry 4.0 needs to be embraced to remain competitive. Like basically, there is no alternative. They believe that through Industry 4.0 you can reach that productivity case that would then allow to reduce working time. In my company, I haven't found this. This is just very speculative. Like from Unite, they even have a sort of new technology agreement kind of format in which they, they recommend every productivity gains from Industry 4.0 should be redistributed to employees, especially in the form of reduction of working time. But I didn't really find this, and even the I don't know if is there anything I forgot?
No, you were very clear. So we have time. This was the reason why I was so severe on the time, to have a question from the floor. So please. We have not a mobile phone, so you have to come here. Any questions? So I will ask something. So maybe that other people would follow. One question that is quite clear from what you said is that trade unions are in a situation in which, on one side, they are affording a transition, a technological transition, and an organizational transition. On the other side, the problem is at which level they can have a positive bargaining. Because normally, in your case, is quite evident, but also in the case he was discussing, is quite the same. You have some big firms, and you have small firm or subcontractor, and in the case of small or in the case of subcontractors, they are not the people taking the real decision, just the decision. So the problem for the trade unions is not only that they have to understand what is happening, but also the problem to find the right level in which it's possible to discuss with people that are really in charge of the actual decision. This is a serious problem because normally this network are transnational networks. So there are not only the problem, the classical problem to have a bargaining power in the network, but to have a bargaining power in the network that is a transnational network. I have clear cases in my mind of this kind of situation. And of course, we are not considering the transnational in the meaning of global, but also if we stay in Europe, we have very dense network of European network. And in this case, you have the only level in which it's possible to have an effective bargaining is at the level of the network. So it means that probably there is a question of the dimension, trade union dimension, trade union organization. So this is my question. There is this, and this was, of course is a question not only for you, but for the audience, for the discussant, if you like. Please. I remember.
This is exactly the problem, a problem of organization.
can you come here, please, so people can better hear you?
Okay. I repeat, I totally agree with this point, and me and Gianluca discuss a lot of this kind of question, and it's not only a matter of trade union organization, but in my opinion also of bargaining organization. So the problem is, for example, in Italy we have two levels, sectorial level and firm level. Germany have another organization. UK, unfortunately, have not good trade union anymore. France have an organization even different. So it's quite difficult to organize a space, not only an organization of trade union, but a space of bargaining and regulation that can work. And this is probably a general problem, an old and general problem. But what is important to bring in mind that Industry 4.0 can foster this, can make bigger this problem, because the differential in the regulation of the labor along the value chain is functional for the head of the value chain to extract value added. And probably Industry 4.0 technology can use to extract more and more value added along the value chain. So there is... I try to...
So the problem of the European trade unions organization is that is the similar to European problem. We don't have a federal Europe. We have an intergovernative system, and we don't have a pan-European unions. We have a sum of many different unions. And also, this is the problem. The capital and the financialization is globally. The government and the unions are national. And it's simple and difficult. This is the problem. We try to construct a sort of consilium for the big enterprise in Europe, CAE, but of course, if I go to the CAE of Unicredit, the Italian unions have the rule that don't have the Spanish unions. In Audi, CAE is similar. If you are a Portugal unions, you don't have the same rule of Deutsch. So there is the problem is the national approach and not pan-European approach.
Yes, I think that is the holy grail question, and but I think that in the general debate there is a mistake in posing the question as a responsibility of the trade unions, because I think there are, but this is my general opinion, some responsibilities also came from the side of the public actor in general. In which sense? What has been the main policy concerning investment in new technologies? We give a lot of resources from the central level to buy new machines, to hopefully make new forms of training and something else. But this massive injection of resources is not linked to new form of governance of the bargaining structure. That is the problem, according to me. So I give resources to firms, but firms oftenly, above all in Italy, above in Veneto, in the case of that research, that firms are playing in a playground which is outside the playground of the firms and the bargaining structure. So in Italy we would say è un po' il cane che si morde la coda, però the concept is that. So generally there is, according to me, a limitation in the debate imposing the question as a responsibility from the trade unions, because the local public actors, but national public actors, supranational public actors, don't do anything to promote new forms of bargaining. But that is my opinion more than research.
You probably say something alike.
No, I mean, I guess, no, I mean, in general, I agree too, and I guess I just add some other data, and in general, what I found, yes, in my research, and so, yeah, I mean, in the context of the aerospace industry in the UK, since the aerospace industry it is somehow a special kind of industry, even in the UK there is some level of social dialogue. So there is this public-private body called Aerospace Growth Partnership, in which trade unions have a seat, okay, in the steering group, and so, and I even interview and did this representative, and you know, basically he and the people from the government are the only UK-centric voices within this body, which, although it is based in the UK, as you said before, this company are multinational and they have interest everywhere. And so at the same time, the union, they still have influence, like on the apprenticeships, on the recognition of skills, and this is a constant evolution thing. So every time there is a new material used, a new process, you need to certify it. And unions are involved in this part, are involved in the, or yes, I don't know, Airbus is opening a new facility. But at the same time, there are other bodies, like for instance the Aerospace Technology Institute, now, which is the institute that actually fund the technology and develop the research, and their union is, there is no union seat in that body, for instance, or even in the Catapult Center, again, they may be involved, and they are, again, for the apprenticeships programs, but they don't really get into, indeed, yes, the technicalities. I think something that I found interesting is that, so in the company I analyzed, they basically just built a new manufacturing line for aerospace standards. The component that is produced there is very high volume, okay, and they have referenced a lot on the automotive sector. So we want to build a line in an automotive fashion somehow, no? And the jobs there, as I mentioned in the presentation, are semi-skilled. And so the junior rep told me, yeah, so the company informed us about this. They wanted us to be on board because this is very important for the future of the company. It's bringing new investment, new jobs. But, you know, jobs are going to be like this. And we need to make sure that no one is going to moan about it, know about maybe the new job titles. But the junior rep told me, yeah, you know, it is in the nature of the job to be this is a semi-skilled role. But again, it is not the nature of the job. This was a very rational decision that was made by engineers and managers to make it that way, no, for their own interest. And so, yes, I can. Unions, they may be involved maybe in the investment in new technologies, but yeah, they don't manage to indeed get into the technicalities. To what extent that is possible, I'm not sure. Like something I also found is that unions tend to be strong among the shop floor, maybe committees, but not much among engineers or the people that actually make those decisions. So, yes, I think.
Okay. I guess we have some more time. If someone would like to say something. Your last statement, did you listen yesterday morning to the people from the two Italian firms?
Unfortunately, no, I couldn't.
No, because it is interesting because in those firms, the people who invited to speak,
yeah,
they are two trade unions delegates, but they are the same people in charge inside the firm to shape and introduce digitalization.
Okay.
So you have a case different from what you. I say, of course, also in Italy this is an exception. It's not it's not the average. It's not but it is interesting that in that case you have that the same people in charge of shape, not only introducing, but shaping the digitalization are also the same people representing and it is not by chance that in those firms they have the right to bargaining the way in which digitalization will be introduced. For instance, how in depth the control could be. They can bargain. That is not possible to do some kind of control. Okay. This is just to make a point and to connect this discussion with discussion the day before. If you have nothing more to add, we can also end before, and I invite you to enjoy the rest. It is very, very interesting. Thank you very much. Allora, Giovanni, ti chiamo per nome. La cosa che dicevi prima, io e Riccardo Montiore abbiamo scritto un libro sull'Europa in cui diciamo esattamente quello che dici tu, senza un governo federale europeo. No, per dire che io penso è quello che dici tu.
In ambito CES per esempio le posizioni.
No, ma il tuo ragionamento lo fa da piedi.
Si dà tedesco dice che l'Italia deve ripagare i suoi debiti e non rompere le palle al Stato.
L'unico problema è che mettere d'accordo gli europei al momento è un'impresa